In 2015, I was a college student outside of Seattle, Washington. A few friends of mine wanted to go on a spring break trip to Ocean Shores, a small town on the coast of Washington state. Because we were broke college kids at the time, we decided to book the cheapest place in town, a small motel called Westerly Motel. We were a party of 5 people, 3 guys including me and 2 girls. We were all just friends, bros, so we didn't care about everyone sharing the same room. Arriving at the Westerly Motel, everything was fine. The place had a living room, bathroom, small bedroom. It was pretty small overall, but hey, we got what we paid for. It was agreed that the 2 girls would get the bedroom, and us 3 guys would sleep in the living room. We were there for 3 nights total. The trip itself was fine. There wasn't much to do in Ocean Shores with no money. Our original plan was to see the ocean and the beach, but when we got there, it had all these really smelly and gross things washed up ashore. A local told us it was actually some sort of whale carcass. I have no idea how legit that was, but that stuff was definitely not seaweed, and it smelled horrible. The first 2 nights were completely normal, though. We played board games, drank alcohol. It wasn't until the last night that my experience happened. My 2 male friends slept on the couch in a chair. No idea how he was even able to sleep, and I was the only person sleeping on the floor. At around 4 a.m., I woke up. I didn't physically get up, I just opened my eyes. I remember reaching my arm over to grab my phone, seeing the time and thinking, I wish it was sunrise already, because the atmosphere was super spooky. It's hard to describe. The air felt stuffy and cold. I know this phrase gets overused a lot, but it literally felt like someone was watching me. The closest thing that I can compare it to is actually a video game about ghosts called Fatal Frame 2. Throughout the game, there's certain rooms that have a high-pitched sound indicating that there's something in there, something for you to interact with. It gives you a sense of something is here. I know that's a weird comparison, but it gives the most accurate feeling that I've ever felt to that night in the motel room. I tried going back to sleep, but I felt so paranoid and scared that I couldn't. I remember my feet were actually shaking because of how scared I was. I tried coughing a little to signal to my buddies on the couch, like, hey, are you guys awake? But no response. The weird thing was that I somehow could just instinctively tell that the source of all this fear was coming from the bathroom. I was closest to the bathroom because I slept on the ground. Like, I could just feel that something was not right about the bathroom, and it scared the crap out of me, even though I couldn't see anything. It also felt dangerous to move, like the universe was saying, don't get up, don't move, just go back to sleep. You're not supposed to be awake right now. That's literally what it felt like. Thankfully, about 15 minutes or so, I was able to fall asleep. The next morning, everything was pretty much normal. As my friends and I were checking out of the motel, I wanted to ask the front desk, hey, is this place haunted or something? But I chose not to. On the 3 or 4 hour drive back to Seattle, I casually said to my friends, hey, were you guys awake this morning? And to my surprise, my friend actually said something like, at 4 or 5 a.m.? I said yes. And then my friend said yes. Weirdly enough, it got quiet. And we both just knew to leave the conversation at that. It was pretty awkward, but that was literally it. I could tell that he had also experienced what I felt at 4 a.m. And just like me, he didn't want to talk about it. It felt sort of cursed to talk about it, honestly. That was the end of that experience. But fast forward to 2020 during COVID. I was bored and stuck at home, and that Ocean Shores trip came back into my mind. I was curious and just Googled Ocean Shores Westerly Motel. And the first thing that came up was actually a Como 4 news article written in 2014. The article states that in 2014, at that exact motel we stayed in, there was a man who had locked himself in the bathroom in a standoff against police. He'd started a fire, and died of smoke inhalation in the bathroom before being taken to the hospital or something. You can find the article itself if you just Google Como News Westerly Motel. When I read that, it scared the hell out of me because I remember that night and I remember sensing something in that bathroom. I would definitely consider myself a skeptic, but that night felt very supernatural. Like you could just feel it in the air that this is not normal. Before that, I had to snicker at anyone saying they felt watched, but now I get it. I was looking at reviews of Westerly Motel and was secretly hoping that someone else had had a similar experience, but alas, nothing. But yeah, I just wanted to share that story. The motel is actually still around, so if by chance anyone else experiences something like this, just know that you're not alone. This happened the summer I turned 12. It was one of those sticky southern nights where the air feels literally thick, like syrup in your lungs. My cousin Caleb and I were spending the week at our grandma's farm. This was in Georgia. Our parents were taking a grown-up trip to Savannah. Her farm was old, real old. Half the house leaned. The floorboards complained when you walked. There was a barn out back that nobody used anymore. Not since Grandpa died. Grandma said the roof leaked and the floor was half rotted, but we were kids, so obviously we weren't supposed to go near it, which meant, of course, we went straight there. The first few days were harmless. We'd sneak out after dark, armed with flashlights and a jar, run around catching fireflies in the fields. They were everywhere, floating slow through the tall grass, blinking like soft Morse code. It felt kind of magical. Caleb said they were fairies, and I didn't correct him. Then, one night, we chased a whole group of them, right to the barn. The door was partly open, even though it had been shut earlier. I remember that. It creaked when the wind hit it, just enough to make it feel like the barn was actually breathing. I told Caleb we shouldn't go in. He told me to stop being a baby. Inside it smelled like mold and wood rot and something faintly sweet like dried tobacco. Moonlight cut through holes in the roof, casting pale lines across the dusty floor. And there were fireflies, so many fireflies, floating in a tight cluster in the center of the room. But they weren't flying right. They weren't moving like bugs. They were blinking in patterns. On, off, pause. On, off, pause. All at once? No way. Caleb whispered, "I think they're spelling something." I laughed, but it came out weird, nervous. Like what? He didn't answer right away. He just stared at them, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, and then he said, in this quiet voice that I've never heard him use before, "Don't go to sleep tonight." I shoved his arm. "Quit messing around." He didn't move. He just pointed at the fireflies. "It's what they're saying. Look." I watched. Blink, blink, pause. Blink, blink. It did look like a pattern, like something trying to be understood. But I didn't understand it. And then they all blinked off at once, every single one of them, and the barn went black. And in that pitch-dark silence, I swear to God, I heard someone breathing just a few feet away. Not Caleb, closer to the ground, like someone lying there. We ran, tripped over each other getting out. We didn't stop until we were inside the house and the doors were locked, lights on. We didn't tell Grandma. We didn't talk about it until the next day. And that night, we stayed up. Because every time Caleb started nodding off, he'd jerk awake, like someone had whispered something in his ear. In the morning, when we looked out the kitchen window toward the barn, you could see that it was shut again, tight, padlocked. Neither of us had touched it, but there were dead fireflies on the porch, tons of them, arranged in lines. This happened a few summers ago while my family was up at Lake Menominee. It's a small, quiet lake on the border of Michigan and Wisconsin. My wife's family rents a cabin up there every July. A whole week of paddle boats, sunscreen, and arguing about who forgot the graham crackers for s'mores. We'd been going for a few years, but this was the first time we brought our kids. Our youngest had just turned 5, and our oldest, Nora, was 7. The cabin was about 200 feet from the water. You could see the lake right from the porch. It was calm, almost too calm. No boats or jet skis, just stillness and the occasional loon call. The second night we were there, something weird did happen. It was around 8 p.m. The sun had dropped low, casting that gold shimmer across the lake. I was grilling burgers while the kids played near the dock. My wife was inside getting drinks, and her sister was taking photos with her Polaroid. And that's when Nora said, "Daddy, who's that girl out there?" I looked up, expecting to see another family on the water, but there wasn't a boat. Just a small figure, just way out near the center of the lake, floating. She was wearing a life jacket, faded orange or yellow, hard to tell in that distance. Long, dark hair, face turned slightly toward the shore, but not moving, not waving. I squinted. "Where are her parents?" I asked, mostly to myself. My wife's sister raised her camera, but paused. "I don't see anyone." My wife came out with the drinks, asked what we were all looking at, and I pointed. "The kid, out on the water." She looked and frowned. "Where?" I blinked. The girl was still there. "You seriously don't see her?" I asked. Nora tugged on my arm. "She's turning," she whispered. She was right. The girl's body had slowly rotated, so now her face was directly facing us. Too hard to make out, but something about the shape of her head, the way it tilted, unnaturally. I started down the dock. "Hey," I yelled. "Are you okay?" No reaction. I turned to look at my wife, and then she gasped. "Oh my God, I see her. Should we call someone?" I turned to respond, but when I looked back, the girl was gone. Even though I couldn't see her anymore, I swam out while my wife called the ranger station. 2 of them showed up an hour later, long after I'd already searched the water and confirmed, no girl. They launched a boat, swept the lake with spotlights. My wife and I gave statements. The ranger asked if we were sure what we saw. My daughter said, "She waved at me, but only once." The ranger hesitated and then asked, "Did she have a patch on the front of her vest? Looked like a sun?" I said, "I don't know." My wife shook her head. Nora nodded. The ranger just looked at his partner, then cleared his throat and said something about checking the public launch. Maybe someone was tubing without a spotter. He was calm, too calm, like he'd said all of that before. They found nothing. No girl, no gear, no boats missing, and no reports. That was 3 years ago. I can't help but think about it every time we go back. Nora does too, but she seems to find it more endearing than I do. Last summer, my wife and I bought a small fixer-upper in northern Michigan near the lake. Nothing fancy, just a cheap vacation place that we could work on over time. It had been sitting vacant for a while, but the bones were good. Plus, my wife loved the idea of giving the house new life. It came with creaky floors, warped doors, and a whole lot of 70s wallpaper. Our daughter Ellie was 5 at the time. The type of kid who never stops asking questions and carried her stuffed rabbit around with her like a second soul. She'd named it Mr. Tumbles. That'll matter later. We started renovations almost right away. The biggest issue was under the house, the crawl space. The inspector said that it had been sealed up for decades, possibly since the original owner had passed. We had to access it through a small trap door in the hall closet, which was nailed shut, covered with old linoleum. Out of sight, out of mind, until my wife said that she kept hearing noises from that part of the house at night. Not animal noises. She described it as whispering. I figured maybe it was pipes or some weird acoustics. We'd had raccoons in our attic back home, so I figured it was something like that. Still, I eventually pulled the nails and opened it up. The crawl space was about 3 feet high, packed with dirt, and darker than hell. It smelled old, dry but sour, like something had rotted and been forgotten. There were handprints on the inside of the trap door, small ones, not from me. I didn't say anything to my wife. I just shut it, resealed it, and moved on. Probably raccoon paws, I told myself. Smudges, whatever. A couple days later, Ellie started saying things like, "Why is there a man under the floor?" Or, "Mr. Tumbles says the voice is getting louder." Kids are weird, imaginative. I didn't think much of it at first. But then I heard it. It was around 2 a.m. My wife was asleep, Ellie too. I went to the kitchen to grab water and I heard something through the floor vent near the hallway. A voice, soft, raspy, just under the edge of hearing. It sounded like someone saying the same thing over and over. "Come back, come back, come back." I stood there for what felt like 5 whole minutes, listening but not moving. And then it stopped. I checked Ellie's room. She was asleep, rabbit tucked under her chin. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I tried gently asking Ellie about the things that she'd been hearing. She just looked at me and said, "He told me your name last night." I asked who. "The man from the crawl space." And that was it. We packed our things the same day, and we haven't been back. But a few weeks ago, I got curious. I dug through old property records online, trying to figure out who lived there before us. And there was a man listed, Norman Thomas, a contractor who built the house in the early 60s. The weird thing is, he disappeared in 1961. His body was never found. The file said that his last known address was the same one we bought, and that he had a daughter named Ellie. When I was 18, I went on my first trip alone to Seattle from Montana. I was alone with my dog, and it was a pretty normal trip overall, except we were driving late at night. I was listening to the BBC talk show on AM, and they were talking about some subject I don't remember, but it was spooky, and the radio was super staticky. We were in an area of I-90 that doesn't have much signal and is pretty much just 100% empty and quiet before the pass. I suddenly got really tired, and my radio wasn't working, so I decided to pull off to sleep. I decided to pull off on a deserted exit with no service before Cle Elum. I believe it was called 6 Mile Road or something like that. Anyway, it was extremely dark. I couldn't see anything to my sides or in front of me. There was fog on the road, swirling around just in front of my headlights. There was absolutely nothing around me for a mile, and the road didn't veer off anywhere. After a bit of driving, I pulled up to this huge, white-gray warehouse with no windows. There were several white vans and black cars parked around. They looked very expensive for being in the middle of nowhere. The warehouse was locked by a huge barbed wire fence. I backed up my car a bit and decided to park by the trees since it didn't appear that anyone was around. Everything was still dark and silent. There was no wind, except for a slight breeze carrying the fog around the cement. I turned my car off completely and wrapped myself up in my blanket. I locked all the doors. I was laying there, trying to sleep, and looking at the time on my phone. It was past 2 a.m. That same moment, my car started to physically shake. My dog started whining and hid behind the passenger seat, obviously distressed. I looked outside my window, but everything was pitch black without my headlights. I couldn't see anything, but my car was shaking back and forth, side to side, like something was grabbing it. I turned it on, freaking out, and backed up. There was still nothing around me, except for the strange facility. There were no animals, no people. My car stopped shaking as soon as I backed up. I had this horrible feeling of dread, that I was being watched for sure, and that I wasn't supposed to be there. I left the area as fast as I could. When I got back to the road, I noticed that my car's time now said 4:30 a.m., and I had a fourth of tank less gas. It was already getting light out. I don't remember going anywhere, and my phone's time matched the car's. There's only 1 hour of time difference between Montana and Washington, so it wasn't that. I still, to this day, don't know what happened there. I tried looking up the area with my ex on Google Maps a year ago, and I found a weird government facility near Cleellum with a weird name that may have been the warehouse I went to. I'll have to try to find it again. It definitely feels like something I shouldn't have seen. This happened when I was 13, maybe 14. Never really talked about it much, not seriously anyway. Around here, it just turned into one of those weird family stories, ones that people tell when they're drinking too much or try to scare the younger kids. But it wasn't a story. I was there. I saw it. I grew up in Nebraska, not far from Kearney. If you've ever driven through the state, you know that kind of place I mean. Flat, open, long stretches of nothing but sky and crops. Summers were humid, full of bugs. You'd sweat through your clothes before lunch and still get sunburned under a ball cap. Anyway, every summer my cousin Travis and I would spend a couple of weeks at our grandparents' farm. They had a couple 100 acres, mostly corn, and their house was one of those 2-story white ones with a big porch and peeling paint. No internet, no cable, just radio, books, and our own dumb ideas. That summer was hot, too hot. Even the bugs were quiet by midday, and the corn grew taller than I'd ever seen it. Taller than us, even when we stood on our four-wheeler. Grandpa said the ground was restless. I didn't know what that meant at the time. I thought he was just being weird. But the first night, we noticed the lights. We were out near the back property line, past the grain bins, tossing firecrackers and pretending to be soldiers. And then we saw them. These soft, blue-white glows floating above the corn. Not flashing like fireflies, not even flickering like flames. They moved slow, smooth, like they were weaving between the rows. Travis thought that it was some sort of elevated flashlight, or kids playing with lanterns. I didn't like it. It made the hair on my arm stand up. We ran back to the house, and Grandpa was already on the porch with his boots on, just watching the field. "You boys stay inside tonight," he said, "and close the curtains." We listened. The next day, Travis asked him about the lights, and Grandpa didn't say much, just mumbled something about thin places, how the corn remembers. No clue what that was supposed to mean. That night we stayed up, watching from the second-story window. Around midnight, the lights came back, but there were more this time. 10, maybe 15 of them, moving in patterns, almost like they were dancing. I wanted to wake up Grandpa, but Travis was already sneaking downstairs, said he wanted to see up close. I told him that he was being stupid, but he wouldn't stop. So I followed him. We cut through the back field, careful not to step on the irrigation lines. The lights were still there, pulsing just above the corn. As we got closer, everything got quiet. There was just a faint buzzing in my ears, like when you stand up too fast. And then the corn parted. I swear, it opened up, like something big had moved through it, fast, right in front of us. I turned to Travis, and he was gone. Gone. I called his name. Nothing. Pushed through the stalks. Nothing. Ran back to the house screaming. Grandpa didn't ask questions, just grabbed his shotgun and a lantern, went into the field alone, came back an hour later, empty-handed. His hands were shaking. His shirt was soaked through with sweat, and he wouldn't meet my eyes. We called the cops, the neighbors. They searched for days. Dogs, helicopters. No signs of Travis. No torn clothing. No footprints. Just vanished. The story in town became that he ran away. But we all knew better. Grandpa had the whole field plowed under by the end of the week. Corn destroyed, topsoil overturned. He never grew anything on that part of the land again. Just let it sit there, bare and dusty, like a scar. Years later, I found something buried under his old toolbox in the barn. It was a photo, yellowed with age. It was from the 60s. 4 kids standing in a cornfield, holding hands, smiling. One of them looked just like Travis. In the background, it's faint, but it's visible. One of those lights. Something happened to me and my sister back in 2016, something that I haven't been able to make sense of. And the older I get, the worse it sits with me. We were driving across country to visit some family in California. Somewhere in Arizona, we got off the interstate to take a back route. We'd read somewhere online that it was more scenic. It was, and also a mistake. It was late afternoon when we realized we were getting low on gas. No towns in sight. GPS kept cutting out. Finally, like a mirage, we saw a little station up ahead. Old school looking place with a faded red awning, plastic dinosaur out front. We pulled in, relieved, and got out to stretch. The air was hot, like standing inside an oven, and it was quiet. No bugs or wind. The only sound was the buzzing from one of the flickering lights above the pumps. That was the first weird thing. The second was the price, $1.09 per gallon. That caught my eye immediately. This was 2016. That price hadn't been real in decades. I figured maybe it was broken. Just an old sign they never updated. Whatever. I went inside to pay. The guy behind the counter looked straight out of a movie. Greased back hair, yellowed undershirt, skin like leather. He didn't say hello, just watched me. Didn't blink much. When I asked if the pumps were working, he nodded and said, "Pump 4. We were at pump 2. I corrected him. He said again, slower, "Pump 4. So I nodded, backed out, moved the car to pump 4. While I was filling up, my sister went inside to use the bathroom. 5 minutes passed, then 10. I went to check on her. The guy behind the counter was still, just standing there. Same position, same expression. I asked if my sister was still in the bathroom. He didn't answer, just smiled. I started pounding on the bathroom door and yelling her name. After a minute, it creaked open. Empty. No window, no other door. I was about to panic when I turned around and saw her standing by the car, totally calm, like nothing had happened. "I've been out here," she said. "You're the one that disappeared." I wanted to leave immediately. We got in the car and drove off fast. But 20 minutes later, we passed the same dinosaur sign, same red awning, same Pump 4. We hadn't turned around. We'd looped back. We tried to keep driving. Every time it seemed like we'd pass it again. Daylight didn't even change. GPS was frozen. My phone clock was at 5:32 p.m. Stuck that way for at least an hour. Finally, we pulled over. Both of us just sat there. We didn't speak. We didn't even feel scared anymore. Just tired. I closed my eyes for what felt like a second. When I opened them, it was dark. My sister was asleep. The gas station was gone. We were parked on the side of the road, with nothing around us but open desert. My phone appeared to be working again. 2:13 a.m. We didn't talk the rest of the way to California. Still don't really talk about it now. But sometimes I dream about that place. The flickering light. The dinosaur. The man behind the counter who never blinked. And in the dream, I always go to Pump 4. And I never leave. Just stuck there for what feels like forever. This happened the summer after 8th grade. I haven't told many people about it, mostly because it still messes with me when I think about it too hard. Do you ever have something like that? Where it felt off in the moment, but then later, after you've had time to replay it 1,000 times, it feels way worse. That's this story. There was this summer camp that my friends and I went to every year in the Ozarks. Typical stuff. Archery, hiking, crafts, canoeing, that kind of thing. The main attraction was the lake. It was massive, glassy, and deep as hell. Every day we'd swim and kayak and do all the dumb things that kids do. Except that year, something was different. On the first day, they told us that the lake was off limits. No swimming, no boats, nothing. They blamed it on a bacterial bloom or some environmental issue, but even at 13, I could tell they were lying. The counselors avoided answering questions, and they posted these weird handmade signs on all of the trails leading down to the water. "Do not approach after dark." All caps, exclamation points. Naturally, we were idiots and took that as a dare. There were 5 of us who snuck out that night. We waited until after lights out, and then cut through the woods with flashlights and towels. It was stupid, I know, but it was hot, and we just wanted to swim once before the week ended. We made it to the lake around midnight. It was quiet. The water looked black, like oil, just sitting there without a single ripple. One of the guys, Josh, cracked a joke about how it felt like we were breaking into a graveyard, and I laughed, but it stuck with me. We went in anyway. I stayed close to the shore, but the other 4 swam out farther. They were trying to outdo each other, splashing around, seeing who could hold their breath the longest. It was dark enough that they disappeared quickly into the middle of the lake. And then I heard this splash. Not a small one. Huge. Like someone doing a cannonball off a dock. But we were the only ones out there. I shined my flashlight across the water, caught a glimpse of something moving. Big. No shape. Just this ripple that moved in a perfect arch. Fast and wide. I thought maybe a deer had come down to drink or something. But then I heard Logan scream. It wasn't playful. It was blood-curdling. By the time we pulled him out of the water, He was shaking so hard he couldn't talk at first. He had scratches down his side, and one of his shoes was missing. We asked him what happened, and he just kept repeating, "It touched me. It touched me." He wouldn't go back into the cabin. Slept in the mess hall with the lights on, curled up in a ball. The next morning, the staff told us that Logan had gone home sick, except we found his bunk untouched. Same clothes, same shoes. He hadn't taken anything. It was like he had vanished. Years later, one of the guys who was there that night told me that he'd gotten an email from Logan's mom. She said that they never came to pick him up. The camp called, said that he'd already been picked up. Here's the part that I think is crazy. A few summers ago, I was scrolling through local forums, looking for information on a hiking trail near that area, and I saw a comment thread about the camp. Someone said the lake was drained after a drought. They found bones in the mud, not a body. Bones, small ones, multiple sets. And no one ever talked about it. I don't swim in lakes anymore. This happened in the summer of 2022, but I swear, part of me is still floating out there. I took a small fishing boat out on Lake Powell, solo. Not uncommon for me. I've always been the type who enjoys the silence. No phones, no people, just water and time. I left before sunrise with a cooler, a backup battery for the trolling motor, and my usual emergency gear. But I made a mistake. A few, actually. First, I didn't check the forecast close enough. Just glanced at it. Sunny, calm, low wind. Fine. Second, I took a rental boat with a radio that I'd never tested. And third, I ignored how fast clouds were moving in around 3 p.m. I was deep into one of the side channels when the storm rolled in, and it rolled in fast. 1 minute the water was glass. The next it looked like a churning nightmare. Waves started rocking the boat. The sky went black, like someone cut the power, and the wind turned vicious. I pulled an anchor and I tried to make it back to the launch ramp, but visibility was shot. I had no idea which way I was actually facing. I grabbed the radio. Dead. Not low battery, just dead. Wouldn't even light up. I felt real fear set in. Not the jolt of adrenaline kind, but the quiet kind. The kind that makes your stomach spread outward, slow, cold. I still had GPS on my phone, but guess what? No service in that part of the lake. I could see the map, sure, but with the storm overhead, no signal meant no real-time location. Just a blinking dot stuck in place. And then the light started fading. Storm clouds turned the afternoon into night. I tried to steer using landmarks, but the cliffs and canyons all looked the same. Just jagged silhouettes against a darkening sky. I couldn't tell if I was going in circles or further out. Eventually the wind died down, but so did the battery on the trolling motor. I was drifting now. No engine, no anchor. No noise except the soft slap of water against the hull. I kept thinking about how big that lake is, how deep, how empty. The silence was actually suffocating. Even the birds had left me. I tried yelling once, just to hear something. My own voice came back weird, flat, like it didn't belong in that space. As night fell, I started to worry about hypothermia. I had water, but no food, no extra layers, just a thin hoodie with a rain shell that was already soaked through. The temperature dropped fast. I curled up at the bottom of the boat, trying to conserve the heat. Time blurred. I don't know how long I laid there. Then I saw a light, way off in the distance, just a faint yellow glow, moving slowly between the canyon walls. I sat up and started flashing the tiny light on my keychain. On, off, over and over. It was all I had left. I thought maybe it was a ranger or a houseboat. I didn't even care at that point. I just needed someone to see me. Whoever it was, they saw me. Turned out to be a fisherman coming in late who happened to notice something bobbing in the dark where it shouldn't be. He towed me back in. We didn't talk much. I think he could see it on my face, how close it had gotten to being something else, something final. Now, I don't go without a working VHF radio, backup batteries, signal flares, 2 phones and waterproof bags, you name it. Because the lake doesn't really care how experienced you are. It doesn't care how much time you've spent out there. The lake just is. And if it decides to keep you, it won't make a sound. I grew up in Oregon, and if you've ever spent time in the thick of its forests, you know how easy it is to lose yourself in them. It's not just the trees, though they're dense enough to swallow the sun. It's the way the land itself seems to shift, how familiar trails suddenly feel foreign, how silence settles in like a living thing. I was 16 the summer that it happened. My best friend Jay and I had hiked out to a secluded lake, deep in the woods near the Three Sisters Wilderness. It wasn't an official campsite, just a spot that we'd heard about from Jay's older brother, a hidden gem, he called it. We figured we'd spend the night out there, away from everything. No cell service, no noise, just the lake, the trees, and the 2 of us. I recall it being basically a perfect day, warm but not too hot, the kind of Oregon summer afternoon where the air smells like pine and earth, but you're not really breaking a sweat, where the water is so still it looks like glass. And that's where we decided to set up camp, swam in the lake, built a small fire as the sun went down. And then that's when things got strange. It started with the sounds, a low hum like distant machinery vibrating through the trees. Jay noticed it first. "You hear that?" he asked. His voice was hushed. I did hear it, but it wasn't just a sound. It was a feeling, a pressure in the air that made my skin prickle. We tried to laugh it off and chalk it up to some weird natural phenomena. And then the woods went silent. Everything stopped. Just an unnatural, suffocating stillness. And then the lights appeared, not in the sky like a plane or a star, but in the trees, small, flickering orbs, pale, bluish white, weaving between the trunks like fireflies, but moving with intent, intelligence. Jay grabbed my arm. "Dude, we gotta go." I was about to agree when I noticed something even worse. The fire. We'd built it up just moments ago, fed it dry wood, watched it crackle and spit embers into the night. But now, it was nothing but a pile of cold ash, like it had burned out hours ago. That's when the fear hit. We grabbed our packs, doused the remnants of the fire, though there was nothing left to put out, and we took off. The trail back should have been easy to follow. We'd marked trees, left a few clues to guide our way, but none of it was there. The path twisted in ways that it hadn't before. Trees we didn't recognize pressing in on all sides. The humming sound returned, louder now, buzzing behind our ears. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it was morning. We were standing on the side of the dirt road, less than a mile from where we'd parked. The sun was up, the birds were singing, and Jay was shaking, staring at his phone. It was Sunday. We'd left for the lake on Friday. An entire day and a half gone. We never really talked about it after that, not really. What was there to say? People disappear in the woods all the time. Some come back, some don't. I guess we were lucky. At least I think we were. But there's still something so unsettling about losing time. Time you'll never get back, and time that you can't really explain. This happened about 5 or 6 years ago, just off the coast near La Push, Washington. I've been fishing most of my life, grew up out there, and you learn to read the water, the air, the quiet. You learn when something's off, just so. I was out early. Sun hadn't fully come up yet, still a heavy marine layer hanging over the water. It was the kind of morning where everything's so still. No gulls, no sea lions. It's just me, the fog, and the faint hum of my trolling motor. About an hour in, I'm cutting across a stretch where the water usually runs a little choppy, but this morning it was like glass. That's when I noticed something. It was bobbing, about 40 yards out. At first I thought it was driftwood, and then it moved. It was long, pale, not white, just off-colored. Like smooth bone or something underwater for too long. No fins, no face that I could see. Just this shape, maybe 10 feet long, rising a little out of the water and dipping back down, slow and deliberate. I killed the motor and just watched. It surfaced again. It was closer this time, but still no sound, no splash. Just that slick movement and this sense. Not fear exactly, but a sort of pressure, like I was being sized up. It stayed there maybe a minute, maybe less. Then it sank. No ripple, no current, like it hadn't even been there. I've fished this coast for 30 years, and I've never seen anything like it. Told my brother, and he said maybe it was a whale calf or some odd tangle of kelp. But I know what kelp looks like, and that thing, it was watching me. Haven't gone back out past that stretch since. When I was a little kid, my dad and I would often sit on the front steps just before my bedtime. He'd just let me rattle on about whatever was on my mind, and I always looked forward to it. So one night we're sitting there in a big ball of light, sort of pale yellowish color. It flies over the house. It was moving fast, and it made no sound that we could hear. It was headed straight north and quickly vanished over the trees across the street. I was predictably excited, jumping up and pointing at it. Dad calmly took me by the hand and herded me into the house. He had a brief, hushed conversation with Mom, and I got put to bed. The next morning when I brought it up, they say that I must have dreamed it. Years later, Dad admitted that yeah, he saw it too, but he still wouldn't talk about it. I once house sat a very old manor home. It was near the Mason-Dixon line. This location becomes important later in the story. It was built in the mid-1700s. Like a lot of houses, it had that root cellar, sub-basement deep under the house. It was used for food storage back in the day. And I always just got the weirdest and most foreboding feeling walking past the door leading down to it. Never actually went down there. It was a very big house that had many additions put on over the years, so it had multiple alarm systems. And one night, the alarm system in the original part of the house, where the door to the root cellar was, it wouldn't stop going off. I probably got out of bed 7 or 8 times just to enter the code and turn it off that night. It was an older alarm system, so I figured, probably old wiring or part going bad or something. I didn't think much of it other than being annoyed that I had to keep waking up. When the family got back from vacation, I told the father about the night the alarm kept going off, and he looked very puzzled. He told me that had never happened before, in the several decades that they'd lived there. And even weirder, because it was an older alarm system, and in that part of the house, all of the alarms were motion activated. I later found out the house was right down the street from a Quaker meeting house in the area. It had a high Quaker population that was well known for its role in the Underground Railroad. Families in that area would routinely let people escaping slavery hide in their cellars and sub-basements. My family is ancestrally Quaker, and the family who lived there was not. It still kind of gives me chills thinking about it. I was about 16 at the time, out drinking with my girlfriend. It was about midnight, and we were walking back to my house. There were 2 ways to get there, a busy street and a long bike path through the woods. So we took the bike path. I was walking about 6 feet in front of her, and I got that feeling, like something was watching us. It was like a bee sting somewhere like I'd never felt before. I just knew something bad was about to happen. In a split second, I heard it. A sound like someone forcing all of the air from their lungs. And then I heard my girlfriend scream. I turned around to see her faceplant on the cement. She asked me why I pushed her. She was mad, but she got confused when she realized I was ahead of her. I was not in arm's reach of her. She heard that loud breath scream right in her ear when something pushed her hard. We booked it back to the other route to my house, taking an extra hour to avoid that path through the woods. When she took her shirt off at my house, she had 2 bruises on her back. No one believed us, but we never walked that path at night again. When I was a kid around 15 years old, I was home alone trying to sleep in my room. My parents' house has a wooden floor, so you can hear people walk around the house easily. I started hearing noises as if someone was walking around. I got confused, but was also too scared to move. I pulled the blanket over myself, just leaving the back of my head exposed. I kept hearing the sounds getting closer. Suddenly, I just felt this cold air being blown toward the back of my head, as if someone was breathing on me. I was silently freaking out, thinking, what if some crazy person broke into the house and is now gazing at my cranium? I was about to cry, because the experience was genuinely traumatizing me. I kept feeling this breathing like a breeze for some time, and then it would stop. I heard something move out of my room, and then the sounds just vanished. I also sleep with the door to my room closed, and the next morning, it was open. Safe to say I didn't sleep properly for weeks after that. I told my parents about it. They checked for any signs to see if somebody had been breaking in. They found nothing. Also, they asked our next-door neighbor to take a look at his cameras to see if anyone had entered or left the house that night. And again, nothing. His security cameras reached our porch, and nothing. Not really a paranormal thing I saw, but I felt, because there was definitely something in our house, and it still creeps the fuck out of me to this day. I've been driving rigs going on 22 years, mostly timber hauls and mountain work. I've seen a lot of strange stuff in that time for sure. Lights in the sky, animals that don't quite look right, even a guy walking barefoot in a blizzard like it didn't bother him. But nothing has ever messed with me the way that this did. This was maybe 8 or 9 winters ago, hauling a loaded flatbed through the northern Washington mountains. It had just started to snow heavy as I came off a private cut road, and I was headed down a steep, winding grade. I pulled off onto a wide shoulder to throw on chains before hitting the switchbacks. I was out there alone, no radio chatter, no taillights ahead or behind, just me and the trees. About halfway through chaining the tires, I got that feeling. You know the one, when the air feels wrong, still but heavy. Then the hair on my arm stood up, and I swear I could hear nothing. No winds, no birds, not even my own engine ticking as it cooled. Just quiet. I stood up and looked around, and that's when I saw something. Across the road, up on the snow-covered embankment, had to be 15 or 20 feet high. Something was standing there. Tall, broad, darker than the trees behind it. I couldn't make out a face, just the outline of a massive figure with shoulders as wide as the front of my cab. At first I thought maybe it was a bear, until it jumped, and I considered the season. But its jump, one clean motion, it dropped from the top of the embankment to the road below like it weighed nothing. Then with another jump cleared the opposite bank and vanished into the woods. No sound, just gone. For a second I was frozen. I didn't finish chaining the last tire. I just climbed back into the cab, locked the doors, and drove slow the rest of the way down the mountain with the chain slapping the pavement. I didn't stop again until I was 2 counties away and the snow had turned to rain. To this day, I don't know what I saw. I try not to talk about it much because people just call it Bigfoot and laugh. But I've seen bears. I've seen elk, moose, mountain lions. This wasn't one of those. And if you ask me, whatever it was didn't want to be seen until it did. And that's the part that still gets me. Did it see me? Did it want me to see it? I don't know. I was hauling steel out of Amarillo around midnight, cutting south on 287. It's long, flat, and empty out there. Just highway and dark sky. I'd made that drive 100 times, but that night, it was different. After about 30 minutes in, I noticed a light in the sky behind me. I figured it was a plane at first, but it was low and getting lower. Before I could pull over, the truck started to slow, the engine still running, but the RPMs dropping like I'd taken my foot off the gas. Then, my dash lit up with every warning it had, like it was rebooting. I looked out my side mirror, and the light was hovering maybe 30 feet up, pacing me perfectly. Then it vanished. The gauges flicked back to normal, and the truck picked up speed like nothing happened. When I finally stopped at a rest area, I checked the dash cam. It had frozen, just static, for exactly 7 minutes. I've hunted the woods around Catahoula Parish most of my life. My granddad taught me everything I know. Tracking, still hunting, how to read a trail like it's a sentence. I don't rattle easily, and I sure don't spook at every twig that snaps, but what happened last fall made me hang up my gear for the season. It was late October. Weather had finally turned, cooler in the mornings with that bite in the air. Tells you the deer season's getting good. I'd set up my stand before sunrise near Little River, deep in a stretch of bottom land I've hunted for years. I know the woods like the back of my hand. I could walk them blindfolded. About a half an hour after first light, the woods went really still. Not quiet, just still. No birds, no squirrels, nothing was moving. And then I heard something that I'd never heard out there before. It was like this clicking sound. Not like branches or critters. It was rhythmic, sharp, like something tapping its teeth together. At first I thought maybe a hog with bad tusks or something, but it didn't sound natural. And then there was the smell. Rot. Like wet fur and spoiled meat that had been sitting in the sun too long. I've got enough deer to know the scent of decay, but this was something different. I stayed frozen in that stand, trying not to breathe too loud, and that's when I saw it through the trees, maybe 60 yards out. Too big to be a man, but shaped like one. All limbs, thin and lanky, but it'd been stretched out. It moved like it was gliding just above the ground, and I swear to God, it was sniffing the air. That clicking noise was coming from it. I watched it move between the trees without a sound, like it belonged to the woods more than I ever had. At one point it stopped and tilted its head straight towards me. I couldn't see its eyes, and I couldn't tell if it could see me. Just the outline of its long, narrow face. It didn't come any closer. It just stared for a minute before slinking off toward the river. Admittedly, I didn't move for a long time. I just sat there with my rifle across my knees, feeling more helpless than I'd ever really felt out there, ever. When I finally did climb down, I left everything but the gun and walked the long way back to my truck. That night I told my dad about it. He just shook his head and said that some things out here ain't ours to understand. I haven't been back to the woods since. Maybe I will next season. Maybe I won't. But if I do, I won't be going alone. I was up north, far north British Columbia, Canada, working in an oil rig, camped out in the woods. I was working as a cook. I went out one afternoon for a smoke on the back deck. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was really quiet, still winter day. It was snowing, those kind of big snowflakes, the ones that make it look like everything's moving in slow motion. So as I was standing there smoking, just staring off into the distance, not looking at anything in particular, looking left, right, up and down, whatever, I felt something looking at me. And then I looked straight ahead. About 30 or less feet in front of me was the tree line of the forest, and directly in front of me, in between two trees, I see the most gigantic wolf I've ever seen. This thing was sitting, looking like it was the size of a man standing. It was massive, sitting there and just staring right at me. We locked eyes, and then I looked away for a split second. I looked back, and it was gone. I don't know. It gave me the weirdest feeling, though. It was definitely looking at me like, hey, I see you. I could eat you, but I won't, and disappeared. It's something I'll always remember. I grew up about 15 minutes from what used to be Overlook Hospital in Cedar Grove, New Jersey. Most people my age only know it from the creepy YouTube videos or TikToks, but where I'm from, the stories go back generations. My grandfather used to tell me, don't ever follow a whistle in the woods, especially near Overbrook. Back then I thought it was just old man superstitions, but now I'm not so sure. Overbrook wasn't just a hospital. It was a full complex. Asylum buildings, staff housing, tunnels. It looks like it was never supposed to be abandoned, just buried. The worst part of its history, at least the one people used to whisper about, happened in winter of 1917. The story goes that the boilers failed in one of the wings during a snowstorm. The patients inside were locked in their rooms, and by morning, over 24 had froze to death. They say that some of them were found curled under beds, some in corners, a few with their fingernails torn off, trying to claw the windows open. The wing was sealed off, but never properly cleared. That's where the story started. People said that you could hear knocking from inside the walls, that if you stood by the old courtyard at night, you'd hear footsteps crunching in the snow, even when the ground was bare. My friends and I used to dare each other to go up there after dark. Most of us chickened out. but one night when I was 17 and feeling particularly stupid, I went up alone. It was late fall, right before the snow starts to stick. I brought a flashlight and a cheap disposable camera. I just wanted a story to tell, something to impress a girl, honestly. The place was dead quiet. I climbed through a broken basement window and made my way through what was once the laundry wing, peeling paint, rusted equipment, everything soaked in this weird cold that didn't really match the weather. Eventually, I found a staircase that led to a sealed-off wing. The door had been welded shut long ago, but someone had pried it open just enough to squeeze through. Inside was old and felt stuffy, like time had never moved past the winter. Beds still had mattresses, wheelchairs facing the walls. Frost crept along the inside of the windows, even though it wasn't below freezing outside. I stepped into one room and noticed claw marks on the frame, deep ones. And that's when I heard a whistle. 2 slow notes, low, rising just slightly, like someone calling a dog from far away. I froze. I swear I saw a figure at the end of the hallway, thin, barefoot, skin pale. It was something cold, like it hadn't been warmed in hundreds of years. I turned to leave, but the hallway behind me didn't look the same anymore. I swear on my life, it was longer or darker, or not the same one. And then the whistle started again, but from the other direction. So I ran in the opposite. I busted my shoulder trying to wedge through the stairwell gap, and I didn't stop until I was back at my car. I ended up not telling anyone. What could I say? I chickened out. I ran. I hurt myself. I think I saw a ghost. Years later, I brought it up to my grandfather before he passed. And then he told me something I'd never heard before. When he was young, his older brother disappeared near the hospital. They never found him. His boots were discovered in the woods, full of ice, even though it was spring. I understand why my grandfather never trusted that place. Safe to say I don't either. Luckily, it's been completely demolished, but I still haven't been back to the site. I don't think I ever will. And I don't recommend that you do either. Two winters ago, a huge black triangle craft hovered over the white pine trees along my farmland. I was probably 100 yards away, staring in awe. It appeared to be maybe 50 feet above the trees, hovering for about 3 to 4 minutes. Slowly hovered across the field for a couple of seconds. It then basically disappeared in front of my eyes. The craft appeared to be about 40 feet long. On each point of the triangles, it had a 3 to 5 diameter round plasma-like burner. It was evening time, but still light out when I witnessed this. It was probably 10 years ago. A year or two ago, my son and I witnessed a military fighter jet that came in over our farm at an extremely low altitude. We were in the farm shop and the windows started rattling, extremely loud, from the jet. We ran outside to see what was happening, and as we looked up, we noticed a 6 to 8 foot diameter, silver-gray orb buzzing around the sky at incredible speed. The jet was chasing the orb, but wasn't gaining on it. The jet at one point let about 4 or 5 flares out over our field, and then continued the chase. I used to do wildlife research up in northern Minnesota, mostly trail cam work. One winter, I was out alone for a few days, checking cameras deep in the woods. Snow was heavy, No other hikers or hunters that time of year, which usually made it peaceful, quiet. But one night around 2 a.m., I woke up to crunching in the snow outside my tent. I assumed it was a deer until it circled the tent, slowly, over and over again. No breathing sounds, no snorting like a bear or moose would make, just long, deliberate steps. Then something scratched the side of the tent, not like an animal brushing against it, like fingers dragging. I didn't move, just laid there, heart pounding, until the steps eventually stopped. I waited until daylight to get out. I found no prints, just long drag marks in the snow, leading in circles around my tent before vanishing into the woods. I grew up in West Michigan near Manistee, and my uncle used to take me out to this stretch of woods not far from the old logging trails. He was always a little superstitious about the area, said you shouldn't whistle in the woods, shouldn't walk past sundown. I thought it was just old-timer nonsense, honestly. One summer night when I was about 17, I took my dirt bike out a little further and a little later than I should have. The sun was almost gone by the time I turned around, and the trail back to the truck, it felt wrong, like something was there with me. The birds had also stopped, which I expected as the sun went down, but even my bike sounded wrong, like the engine wasn't echoing the same way through the trees. The feeling alone forced me to look around. At first I thought that there was a bear standing upright at the tree line, but it was too lean, too tall. It had pointed ears, and the way that it looked at me, I could still feel it, like it was curious, but also playing with me. I froze up almost immediately, didn't move until it stepped back into the woods, just out of sight. I didn't tell my uncle until years later. He didn't look surprised, just told me real serious. That's why you don't whistle out there. Or, go out after sundown. I live across the street from a funeral home. That's not the creepy part, at least not by itself. You get used to the quiet, the strange hours, the way the lights never seem to be fully off. But ever since I was little, I felt like the house we live in sees more than it should. I'm 19 now. The weird stuff's always been there. Feeling watched, sudden cold spots, things shifting off shelves when no one's around. But since the renovation last year, things have changed, especially in my room. This tapestry hanging on my wall, it gets yanked down repeatedly. Always at night, always when I'm not looking. I've rehung it more times than I can count, and it never happens during the day. I've also started hearing footsteps around my bed. Not creaks in the wood, not shifting pipes, but footsteps. You can feel them through the floor, since our house is on piers. They circle the bed sometimes. I hear them when the doors open. It's always quiet, slow, like someone pacing and waiting. But what really got me happened a few months ago. That night I was on the phone with my boyfriend, talking about how nice it would be to just fall asleep together, dumb stuff, sweet, harmless. After I hung up, I laid back in bed and immediately felt it. This pressure at the foot of the bed, like someone had gently placed their hand there. I froze. Then came the second sensation, a presence behind me, not a breeze or a temperature drop, just the feeling of someone right there, lying against my back. A finger lightly draws circles on my back, slow, repetitive, intimate. It wasn't cold, it wasn't aggressive, but it wasn't a muscle twitch or my imagination. I laid there, frozen, just waiting for it to stop. It didn't stop. It faded, eventually. That's the part that messes with me. I didn't feel the finger lift off me. It didn't break contact. It just dissolved, like it lost interest, or it was never fully physical to begin with. It happened again a few nights later. The same feeling, the same presence behind me, but this time, it held my hand. I fell asleep like that, and I had this vague dream. A boy was there with me, but I couldn't make out his face. Just this soft, quiet feeling like I wasn't alone, and I didn't need to be. I don't think it's evil. I've felt that before. Oppressive, sickening energy. Whatever this is, it doesn't give me that. If anything, it feels lonely, almost careful. But yeah, I guess my question is, what kind of spirit can touch you? Not scare you, not whisper through vents, but actually reach you. Is it something I should worry about? Or is it just something that found me, that doesn't want to be alone? Things still move in the house. The tapestry gets tugged, but whatever was touching me, it hasn't come back lately. And I think I'm pretty okay with that. I was at a sushi restaurant with my dad. It was some fancy place, a little cozy spot that we used to go to every few weeks when we wanted to catch up. We'd ordered a couple of rolls, miso soup, a bottle of sake to share. Nothing unusual. Then, in the middle of a quiet lull in our conversation, my dad's sake cup slid across the table. Quick, smooth, no sound. Just moved about 3 inches to the left, like somebody had gently pushed it with their finger. Only nobody had. We were both sitting still. Neither of us had touched the table. We just stared at it for a second. He raised his eyebrows, I sort of shrugged, and we moved on. Maybe both of us too stubborn to be the first one to say that something weird had happened. And then it happened again. Same thing. Smooth movement, no sound, straight line. This time we both said something, almost at the same time. Did you see that? Yeah. I thought I was imagining it before. We tried everything we could to recreate it. We nudged the table, tapped the cup, checked the surface for water. The table wasn't wobbly, it wasn't slanted. The bottom of the cup wasn't wet. Nothing explained it. And the weirdest part, no matter where we moved the cup, it would always return to that same exact spot. Always. Like the table itself had some kind of magnetic pull, except there was nothing under it, nothing inside of it, and nothing in the restaurant was reacting in any strange way. Just that cup, and just that spot. Eventually, we left it alone. We finished our food and we went home, both pretending that we weren't as unsettled as we were. I've never had anything like that happen again, not there or anywhere else. My dad and I brought it up once more a few years ago, kind of laughed it off, but we both admitted that we still couldn't explain it. Whatever it was, it never came back, because we didn't stop going to that sushi place, but I still think about it sometimes. What a strange thing. About 6 years ago, I was house-sitting for my sister while she and her husband were on a cruise. They live in a 2-story just outside of town. Nothing spooky about it. Bright, clean, smells like cinnamon and lemon cleaner. Kind of makes you feel a little bit guilty about your own messy living room type of place. The first night was fine. I fed the dog, watched TV, went to bed in the guest room downstairs. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the dog whining at the base of the stairs. Not barking, just whining. I called him over, but he just stood there, staring up at the second floor, like he was waiting for someone. I figured maybe he heard something outside. I grabbed a flashlight and went up to check, mostly to calm him down so that I could get back to sleep. Every door upstairs was closed, just like I'd left them, except one. The door to the master bedroom was open about 2 inches, which I knew for a fact I had shut earlier, because I remember thinking it felt weird to be in someone else's bedroom, even if it was family. I pushed the door open slowly. The room was freezing cold, genuinely colder than the rest of the house. No windows were open, no vents, just heavy, cold. I stood in the doorway for a minute, expecting to see something, but it was empty. Everything was in place. Lights off, bed untouched. I went to close the door again and realized the lock was turned. Not the knob lock. The little hook and eye latch my brother-in-law had installed way up high to keep the door open during the day when they wanted airflow. I know for a fact I latched it earlier, and now it was hanging loose. I shut the door and locked it again. I went back downstairs. The dog was still sitting at the bottom of the stairs, ears up, watching me like he was waiting for a report. I mumbled something like all clear and tried to laugh it off. The next morning, I told myself it must have been air pressure, or I forgot the latch, or the dog bumped it or something, even though I really didn't believe that was true. And the feeling of walking into the cold, still room, it stayed with me. What really gets me, though, the following night, the same time, same whine, I found the door cracked open again. This time, I'm certain of my routine. I stopped locking it after that. Whatever was up there, I figured, it didn't like being locked in. This happened a couple of years ago, and I still don't know what to make of it. I wasn't drunk, I wasn't sleep deprived, and I know what I saw. I had just started a new job out in southern Colorado, took a small rental house on the edge of town, an older place, quiet. It backed up to a field that turned into woods, and I'd often see deer passing through in the mornings. Peaceful kind of life. About a month in, I started noticing something strange. There was this coyote that started showing up at the edge of the field. At first, I barely gave it a second thought. Pretty common out there. But this one never came too close. It would just watch, always standing still, always facing the house. It showed up around dusk almost every day, always in the exact same spot, like clockwork. After about a week of this, I tried to snap a picture, but when I raised my phone, it trotted back into the tree line. It was just gone. And one night, I stepped out onto the porch to bring in a package, and I found it sitting at the bottom of the steps. Same coyote, still as a statue. Eyes locked on mine. It growled. Not a full snarl, just a deep, low vibration. And it turned its head toward the field, like it wanted me to look. And I did. At first, I didn't see anything. But then in the trees, I noticed movement. Something too big to be another coyote, standing on 2 legs, watching us from between the branches. I blinked, and it was gone. When I looked back down, the coyote was gone too. No sound, no tracks. Gone. That night, I couldn't sleep. Something felt wrong in the house. The walls felt too thin, the lights were flickering. Was it the weather? I don't know. I thought I heard footsteps on the back porch. I got up and looked, sure I was going to see something. But of course, I didn't see anything to match the footsteps. The next evening, I left work late and I got home just after dark. As I pulled up, my headlights swept across the front porch. And I saw it again, the coyote. Only this time, it wasn't standing still. It was pacing, agitated, looking from the house to the field and back again. I thought this thing was trying to warn me or kill me. I parked, but I didn't get out. I just sat there with my engine running. Something told me not to open the door. About 2 minutes later, I saw the back porch light turn on inside the house. The problem was, I hadn't gone inside yet. I didn't go in that night at all. I drove to a motel and stayed there. The next morning, I went home to find the back door wide open. No sign of forced entry, nothing taken. But my kitchen, it smelled horrible, like garbage and wet earth and metal. Like something had been in there. The coyote never came back after that. And once my time was up, I didn't go back either. But I do wonder if whatever that coyote was trying to warn me about, maybe that stayed. Or maybe that's where it lives. Whatever it was. I used to work the night shift at a rehab center, mostly elderly patients recovering from surgery or managing long-term illnesses. It wasn't glamorous, but I liked the quiet, and the patients were usually asleep by 10. There was one woman I always checked on last during rounds. Miss Evelyn. She was 93, alert, and had the driest, sharpest wit of anyone I'd ever met. Every night she insisted on watching her old black and white TV until she dozed off with the remote in her lap. That night was no different, at least not at first. I walked into her room around 11:45. She was asleep on her side facing the window, the remote dangling off the edge of the bed like it always was. But something made me pause. The air, I guess it felt heavy, charged like a storm. And then I saw her blanket, this thin floral blanket, begin to shift. Slowly, like invisible fingers were sliding up the corner, tucking in beneath her arm. It moved inch by inch carefully, the way you'd tuck in a child. Then it gently fell flat, pressure pushing down across her hips. I didn't move. The whole thing took maybe 10 seconds. She didn't move, didn't seem to notice. I stepped back into the hallway and stood there for a moment. I didn't report it. What would I say? That I saw her blanket move on its own? That something invisible tucked her in with almost as much care as the staff would? The next morning, she told me that she'd slept better than she had in weeks. Said that she felt like someone had been sitting with her all night, watching over her. I just nodded. But I've never forgotten the way that blanket moved. It wasn't random. It was intentional. And whoever or whatever did it had done it before, and possibly cared for patients. I was young when this happened, but I do remember it vividly. My parents got the house exorcised by a priest. My mom had claimed that she was seeing demons, but she was also manic. However, my father didn't argue. As the priest walked around the house, suddenly a flood of roaches spewed out from behind the priest, emerging from the cracks in the pavement, in the floor, the walls, and fanning away from him like a wake, instantly disappearing as soon as they materialized. I've never seen insects act like one perfectly coordinated hive. Roaches scatter erratically and come in different sizes. These roaches were all exactly the same size and color, and they moved in perfect unison. It happened in seconds. My sister, who's also an atheist like me, saw it too. Of course, my mom explained that that was the evil itself leaving, but I could never fully trust her, you know. But still, I can't explain it. We never had bugs or roaches or anything like that in our house. It wasn't a dirty area. But I saw it. The obvious answer is a weird roach coincidence with the priest showing up. But I don't know. It was weird. I will say that my mom never saw demons again. Not after that. My husband passed away last winter. Heart attack in his sleep. No warning, no goodbyes. One moment I was reaching for the remote, the next I was dialing 911 with shaking hands. I was screaming at the paramedics to do something, anything. After the funeral, I stopped sleeping in our bedroom. It just felt too big and too quiet. I started sleeping in the den, on an old pull-out couch where he used to nap during Sunday football. At first, it was miserable, crying myself to sleep. Waking up in the dark, expecting to hear his voice, his footsteps, something. Then one night, I felt a hand wrap around mine. Not sudden, not jarring, just familiar, warm, steady, just like his. I was facing the wall with my eyes shut, too exhausted to even move. I squeezed back, half asleep, thinking, he's still here. I didn't open my eyes. I didn't want to break the moment. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a dream, until it happened again and again. Every night, just after I'd start drifting off, I'd feel it. That same hand sliding gently into mine, holding me like he used to. I started to find comfort in it. I'd even whisper to it, tell him how much I missed him. And then the dreams started. Dreams of deep, dark water. Of my feet sinking into soft, cold mud. Of voices whispering that it was time to go. I'd wake up gasping and sweating, only to find that same hand already holding mine. One night, I woke up fully, no grogginess, no confusion, and I realized something. The hand, it was too large, and the fingers were too long. The pressure was just slightly too firm, like it was holding on to keep me from pulling away. I finally opened my eyes. There was nothing there to see, but my hand was still in the shape of a grip, curled around something that wasn't visible. It wasn't warm, but it had definitely been there. I stopped sleeping in the den. I started keeping the lights on. But sometimes, I wake up, find my hand already extended, waiting. Honestly, I don't know if I'm reaching for him or if something else is reaching for me. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I used to see ghosts. I'd see them in my home, my school, restaurants, pretty much anywhere. Although they never seemed malicious, it still kind of scared me. My stepdad told me to stop lying, that I was going to scare my mom. But she's always been very spiritual and actually believed me. So did my sister. I just kept telling the ghosts that I didn't want to see them, and they eventually went away. The most vivid one I can still remember to this day. It was a baby. He was in my mom's closet, dressed in old-timey baby clothes, laying in an old-timey baby carrier. He had dark hair and pale skin. I freaked. It always happened when no one else was around. Other family members or friends have also claimed to see a lady dressed in all white in the same house, although I never saw her. Later, as I got into my teen years and could no longer see them, I started hearing noises throughout the house. Chairs moving, doors closing. My little nephew saw a ghost in my room when we were watching TV one time. I grabbed him and jetted. When I was little, I had a friend who lived in the hallway. That's what I told my parents anyway. They thought I meant an imaginary friend, so they just smiled and played along. But she wasn't imaginary. She was there. She never talked. I never even saw her clearly, just glimpses. A flash of white near the door, a soft giggle down the hallway. And she would communicate with me. It just wasn't with words. Once I saw fingers curling around the edge of the wall, like she was playing hide and seek. I thought I was clever and called her Holly because she lived in the hallway, and I was 5. She liked toys. I'd set them up in the living room, and then I'd go to the kitchen. When I came back, they'd be moved, rearranged into new stories, like someone had been continuing the game while I was gone. My dolls would be lined up in rows, blocks stacked in shapes that I didn't build. I remember waking up once in the middle of the night and seeing one of my stuffed animals slowly rolling across the floor. I just whispered, "You can play with them while I'm asleep." And then I rolled over. I was never scared of her. She felt safe, like she was always keeping me company, even when I was alone. When I turned 7, we moved to a new house. I asked if Holly could come too. My mom said, maybe she already has a home. She didn't come with us, but sometimes I wonder if she's still there. This happened about 2 years ago. I was standing in my kitchen waiting for the coffee to finish brewing, completely alone in the house. No TV, no music, no pets. Just me and the comforting sound of the coffee maker. And out of nowhere, I felt 3 taps, hard taps, right on my left shoulder. Not a brush. This wasn't some vague sensation that I could just shrug off. These were firm, deliberate taps, the kind someone would give to get your attention, urgent even. I turned around so fast, I nearly dropped the mug in my hand, but there was no one there. I stood there for what felt like minutes, just staring at the empty space behind me, trying to rationalize it. Maybe something dropped on me. Nothing on the floor, no falling object. It wasn't a muscle spasm. It was too human. I don't know what it was, but I know what I felt. And ever since that moment, I've believed that whatever was on the other side, it can reach through. Sometimes it wants you to know it's there. Apparently, I was set to be the star of a children's show that didn't even get a pilot. It was called Blow Your Horn and filmed in a little public access studio downtown. My mom had entered a contest by sending in my baby picture for an audition for the lead role of Dinah. Basically, the pilot was an educational premise where 2 adult railroad workers would engage in quirky activities while trying to take care of an infant in the Old West. It was also supposed to have puppets like Fraggle Rock or Sesame Street kind of thing, but my mom says that she never got to see an actual puppet while we were on set. I asked why my show got canceled. My mom tells me 3 things: no money, bad writing, and the set was haunted. My ears perked up and I said, "Please tell me more." She says that her and I would travel 2 hours to get to the area they had for filming. It was an abandoned slaughterhouse. It had a few long stretches of train tracks that used to transport meat from one building to another. The studio was so low budget, my mom said they had her assisting with the lights and the boom mic on the days I was scheduled to shoot. She added that I'd sleep in a box filled with blankets at her feet when they'd film outside. Blow Your Horn had a lantern theme as their primary focal point when designing the set concept. This meant that most of the scenes would be outside, so I was in that box a lot. One night, my mom had again been asked to hold the boom for the next couple of takes on the track. The shot was set up so the female lead, Mindy, would run down the tracks toward the camera, holding a lantern. She'd be coming from the dark into the light of one of the spotlights set on the track, then hit her line when she reached my mom. After being reassured that this wouldn't take all night, one of the actors gave her an uncomfortable smile, then handed my mom the box. Its innards pre-filled with blankets. Then we were off to the tracks. When we get there, my mom stays in the warm car with me until they're all set up and ready. After about 20 minutes, the director taps on the window, letting my mom know they're ready to roll film. With baby box in hand, my mom walks over a dark, icy 50-yard landscape to reach the tracks. She replaces the box in her hands with a tall boom mic, then stands next to the spotlight. In the distance, there's a lantern glowing, indicating Mindy's ready to start her run, but the director hasn't returned to the camera. My mom notices the glow from Mindy's lantern had begun to kind of drift off the tracks, heading toward the nearby woods. She thinks that Mindy's getting restless waiting for the director. I'm also in the box getting fussy, down by her feet. It was only the three of them out there, so once again, my mom swaps from one heavy boom mic to a heavy cardboard baby box and starts wandering down the tracks in search of the director. She was 30 seconds behind him from the time of him knocking on the car window to her hopping out. My mom had no clue how he could have just disappeared. A few yards down the tracks, the team had set up 3 white, fully enclosed tarps with 2 large Velcro flaps for doors. Each time after calling out for any response, my mom sets my box down and pries the 2 white sheets from each other and quickly pops her head into the dark tent before moving to the next one. But all of them were empty. Aside from random equipment and boxes, my mom shut the 3rd tent and stood in the dark silence trying to listen for any sign of human life around her. Her eyes had no chance to get adjusted to the dark when she'd been positioned so close to the only spotlight out there. As she made her way back to it, the cables that connected the camera rig together got tangled between her legs. She falls with me in her hands, but manages to turn and land on her shoulder, keeping me steady in my shell. This sacrifice of a graceful fall would save me, but leave my mom with a large gash on her elbow, along with a torn shoulder muscle. We had no medical insurance at the time, and the rage she felt began to outweigh the pain. When she made it back to the spotlight, my mom saw the lantern glow walk back onto the track. She starts yelling at Mindy to come back, and that she can't find the director. The lantern starts moving. It slowly grows as Mindy approaches, but then it goes out. My mom waits for her to enter the circle of light, but she never crossed its rift. Again, my mom started calling out to her, and when nobody replied, the tracks were quiet and still. It was the lack of sound that was the scariest. In the back of her mind, she still held out the slight chance that Mindy's trying to make a joke. But the fabric of her coat sleeve had started seeping through with blood, and she'd had enough of the night. She takes her middle finger and waves it into the darkness as a goodbye to Mindy. Then she'd make the icy, gravely climb back to her car. When she'd gotten to the main lot, the dome light of the director's car was on. He was sitting in the passenger side, his big blocky cell phone up to his ear while smoking a cigarette. The sight of this makes my mom fume. She walks over to his car and begins to yell at him. He unrolls the window, and cigarette smoke pours out of the gap. The director starts yelling back at my mom, while also yelling at the person on the phone. He says Mindy isn't showing up tonight, and told my mom to go home. She was in too much pain to continue the argument, so she just turned around and walked back to her car and drove us home. The next day, we get a message that Mindy had quit and the director was scrapping the project. I wasn't sure before about changing the names, but I figured it's probably more respectful to do so, so yes, names have been changed in this story. This is on behalf of my father, and retells of his time spent with Mr. Jerry G. before his sudden passing. In 2012, my dad Nate was a pastor at a church that Jerry and his wife had attended for years. Nate and Jerry had become good friends since he'd taken over as head of the ministry in our small Christian church. Just after the summer of 2012, Jerry pulled Nate aside after a morning service. He'd tell him that something evil had entered his property. Jerry owned a farm and cared for several huge adult sows and a boar named Teddy. The previous night, Jerry had walked down to lock up the barn. He said that he was there and the doors were already closed. He thought it was strange because there are two big, heavy wooden doors, and the wind that day wasn't nearly enough to be able to move them around, let alone shut both. With more caution now, Jerry approached the barn, opened one of the doors, just enough so he could see in. The pigs were hiding together up against the chicken wire, trying to get as far away as they could from something. Even the boar was cowering away. Most of the hogs on the farm are over 700 pounds, and to see them struck with such terror gave Jerry genuine goosebumps on his arms. When he fully opened the door, nothing was in the enclosure with the pigs. Jerry said all the lights in the barn were off, and he thought the lights had burned out. But the next morning, when he'd go back out to the barn to feed the pigs, he noticed glass littered all around the enclosure. With the light of the morning sun casting in, Jerry could see all of the lights in the barn had been smashed. The metal saucers that would typically hold these halogen bulbs were bent, like someone had struck them vertically with a bat. These lights are also hanging 15 or so feet off the ground. Jerry would spend from dusk till dawn that day cleaning the pig enclosure and staring at the bent, misshapen light fixtures, wondering how this physically could have happened. Before leaving church, Jerry thanks my dad for his time and requests that he keeps their conversation between the two of them. Nate agrees, and they part ways. It's only a few days until they have an opportunity to catch up. Tuesday, the church held a brunch for the veterans and servicemen. My dad knew he'd see Jerry and be able to ask him how things were going. But what he didn't expect was tears to form in his eyes when he responded to the question. He tells my father that he thinks he's losing his mind. He says, quote, "I show up here looking for God, but God's not looking for me." My father, Nate, takes Jerry into a more private area of the church so he can elaborate further as to what's been happening the past few days. He tells Nate that the Sunday they'd spoken, when Jerry got home, he pulled onto the gravel of his driveway, and Teddy the boar was running down the gravel stretch toward the truck. Jerry laid on his horn and scared it to start running in another direction besides the open gate entrance to the farm. When the boar turns, Jerry jumps out of his truck and shuts the gate again. Then he hops back in his truck and speeds to the barn with the pig enclosure. As Jerry made his way toward the barn, it was clear to see that one of the doors were wide open. A few of the other hogs had also escaped and were running around in the grass, squealing like all hell. When Jerry pulls up and shines his headlights into the barn doors, what he saw was a woman hanging inside the pig enclosure. The sight made his heart skip a beat, but when he pulled his keys from the truck's ignition, the headlights turned off, and the woman was no longer there. But he could see now, both gates in the pig enclosure had been opened. One pig remained inside. Jerry thought it was dead. Its eyes were opened but glazed over, and there was a trail of blood that slowly leaked from its snout. But when he checked for a heartbeat, he was astonished to hear it beating normally. No amount of pushing or pulling could get this hog out of its trance. Odd behavior like this in farm animals usually means death is around the corner for them anyways, so Jerry would leave feeling terrible, thinking he'd have to be making arrangements for his pig that afternoon. Jerry rounds up all of the other hogs who had escaped and by this point had already reached the furthest corners of his property. When all of them were accounted for, Jerry goes back to check on the pig he'd originally found by itself. It's moved, and by following a trail of blood, he spots a big hog standing with its head against one of the barn walls. This is when Jerry would grab Nate and with true sincerity in his voice tell him that the pig was speaking words. Not grunts or low oinks that could have been mistaken for words, but actual sentences. Then it collapsed again. Jerry didn't wait for it to get back up. When he got back to the truck, he'd grab a big sack of pig food, cut a hole in the middle, and thrown it into the enclosure before locking up. The next morning, when Jerry opens up the barn doors, the pig that gave him a scare is up, acting perfectly fine. He noted that there wasn't even a bloodstain on its nose or skin. Nate asks if he'd like assistance from the church to bless his property, but Jerry refused. The last thing they said to each other was that they would see each other on Sunday. Sadly, that meeting would never take place. Thursday of that week, Nate receives a call from one of the church members telling him that Jerry had passed away. Nate asks what happened, and she doesn't have many answers. A family member says that they were over to visit on Wednesday when he'd left to go feed the hogs, but he never returned. Hours would pass by before the family member would set out on a search for him. They'd find Jerry's dentures and pieces of his body in the pig enclosure. Most of his remains had been consumed. Over the next few days, my dad would read the newspapers that pathologists were unable to identify a cause or manner of death, stating that it's possible he could have had a heart attack or been knocked over by one of his animals before being killed and eaten. Personally, diving more into this story, I'd also find a quote from DA Paul Frazier saying, "For all we know, it was a horrific accident, but it's so doggone weird that we have to look at all possibilities." I've always been curious if Jerry ever told anybody else about what was happening on his property. Would it have changed things? Probably not, right? Regardless of circumstances, Jerry still passed in a horribly sad way, and my prayers go out to his family. When I was a teenager, I got into using a Ouija board. At first, I did it with my friends. We thought it was fun. But eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I started using it alone, in my already paranormally active 115-year-old house. First things first, I do not advise using Ouija boards, ever. I regret my choices as they were dangerous, filled my already creepy house with more bad energy. At best, they're either powerless and/or have a good sense of humor. I won't be mentioning any of them by name, except Dave, who was harmless, as I don't want to invite that energy back into my life. If you decide to do it against all warnings, do it away from where you live. I became particularly close with a little boy who had drowned, along with his sister in some Eastern European country. His sister taunted and made him feel lonely and angry in the afterlife, a very dangerous thing for a spirit, as this can turn them into very dark souls. They feed on your energy in order to communicate through the board, so it's best not to contact darker entities who will affect your energy with theirs. This is why I tried to be there for him. I was kind to him, and he changed, promising to keep me company, as I had done for him. I allowed him to connect to me, though I still don't really understand the full extent of what that means. To this day, I hope he's okay. However, this story is about an entity that first called himself Secret. I won't repeat his real name. He was incredibly dark. As time went by, I found out that he was a Nazi, involved in and proud of many deaths in France. Despite me losing family in World War II, I had to keep sweet with him. It's helpful to joke around, as they're less likely to act on any vitriol. I didn't want to. He was creepy, and yes, a fucking Nazi. Not my kind of guy. One day, my stepdad tried to turn the bathroom light on. It wouldn't work, so he called my mom over. As soon as she touched it, the light switched on. They went back and forth testing this, making sure it wasn't just a coincidence. Many strange things happened in that house that defy logic, so even though it was creepy, they moved on and added it to the pile of weird stories. As I write this out and connect the dots, I realize that the reason might be because my stepdad is Jewish. Horrible. I was suspicious, but again, it wasn't completely out of the ordinary for the house. Then the light started flickering. It was an old house, so it was just bothersome at first. I don't know who spoke to it, but quickly we realized it was responding to us. We tested by asking simple math questions, 1 + 3, stuff like that, and it would never flicker outside of an answer. 1 flicker for no, 2 for yes. My mom and sister came to the conclusion that it was our late Nana, as the light said it was. I didn't believe it for a second. I knew I'd brought something more powerful than the other whatevers were in the house before I started using the Ouija board. I maintained a level of skepticism despite the conversations my family would have with the light. It was when I asked it to sing with me that I had no doubt that it was not a series of weird coincidences. I picked London Bridge as it's pretty old and famous. It flickered on every syllable, in time with my singing, and stopped as soon as I did. That was really creepy. I threw a few names around, first asking if it was the boy. The answer was no. It was no to every name until I got to the Nazi. I was showering and I felt pretty vulnerable, but continued joking as I did when using the board. After that, I didn't speak to the light. Tried to tell my sister and mom to stop when we were out of the house. I never told them why, other than I thought it was not a friendly thing. Thankfully, my mom is pretty superstitious, and my sister is easily wound up, so they stopped feeding him attention. This didn't ward me off talking to my little boy spirit, though. It was habit at this point in my life to check on him. He said something about my soul becoming dark. However, I didn't think too much of it, as he would say all sorts of stuff a lot before I befriended him, as did most of the spirits. A little while after this, my friends and I decided to do a session outside of a derelict pub by the beach to see if we could get anything about the building's past. There was no way we would go inside. It was dangerous, probably full of homeless people that were squatting, pitch black inside. Instead, we sat out front, not far from a road where passerbys could see us, but we picked a day with bad weather to limit attention. We contacted a spirit called Dave. He was pretty friendly and funny. Apparently, he died from falling in a balcony in a drunken stupor, but wasn't bitter about it. We were all laughing as 2 ladies walked by. They asked what we were doing, but I'm pretty sure they already knew. We explained, and one of them warned us that it may seem fun, but it's the devil, which, admittedly, we did know. The other lady, however, revealed that she was a witch. At first, she told us stories about her and her witch friends, but then gave us a piece of advice. Your energy is sacred. These activities corrupt you, lead you to dark thoughts and traumatic events. Sadly, I think my friend may have been a victim of this, as shortly after, she entered a depression and we don't talk anymore. There were many factors to this, and I don't want to blame it entirely on the Ouija board, but it's a possibility, I guess. The lady told us of her white witch friend, one who practices light magic. She would ask to send us peace and protection, and asked us to look out for white feathers over the next few days. Me and my other friend saw white feathers. Mine was stuck to the front door of my house the next day. I don't know if I do believe in all of that, but the friend who didn't see one is the girl who entered a depression. If it's true, I certainly do feel guilty, as I was the one doing it so much. It's a source of great shame for me. We didn't have any Ouija sessions from that point on. It's wise to listen to a witch. The light stopped flickering, whether it's because we stopped entertaining him, or the white witch did send us protection. I don't know. It's most likely the former, as they feed off of energy. I stopped talking to my little boy, though I did call out for him, wish him well in the house from time to time, just in case he was listening. I've never really felt any bad energy around me since. I try to be a positive influence on the people around me. I try to be forgiving and kind. I'm grateful for what I have, and I do my best not to ruin good things. And I notice white feathers a lot more now. Again, please don't do Ouija boards. They're so bad for you. And I'm lucky that I dealt with it well and moved out of that creepy old house into a new building with no history. They may seem cool and entertaining. You may even want to make a joke out of it if you don't believe it's real. But they are vessels for evil. I don't know if my soul is still all mine, if what the spirits said or threatened is true. Just don't do it. When my daughter was 6 years old, she had this doll that would sing a song when a button was pressed. It's that dark English nursery rhyme. Ring, a Rose's song. She loved this thing, practically took it everywhere, talked to it, sang to it. Typical kid stuff, really. It always sort of bothered my husband, though. The doll itself, not her relationship with it. He claimed it was creepy, and as unreal as it sounds, he had nightmares about the doll. Never sharing this with our daughter, of course. I'll admit that I did sort of give him a hard time about all of it, just because it sounded so silly to me. But for a period of time, he sort of blamed me for playing jokes on him, as he'd find the doll in random cabinets he was meant to open, or sitting upright on a counter, places our daughter couldn't reach, and especially our son couldn't reach. He was just 4 at the time. However, I never did any of those things, truly. Eventually, he believed me because apparently it happened while I was away. So that's the doll. Here's the story. One spring, we decided not to let our daughter take the doll with us to a hotel and water park. The doll wasn't water-friendly, and we feared that she would get lost or ruined. This was a bit of a fight. Our daughter was upset, told us the doll was upset. All the things a child would try to do to get their way. But my husband was more adamant than ever, putting his foot down, saying it wasn't that kind of vacation and we wouldn't be bringing any of our toys. Eventually, the meltdown was over, the doll was forgotten, another normal child reaction. We were staying just outside of town, had only been gone for 2 of the 3 planned days. That evening, around dinner time, a neighbor who'd been watching the home called to report a house fire. They explained the damage, and all I could think was how lucky we were to not have been inside. We made the drive home that evening, and as soon as we arrived back home, it was immediately obvious we couldn't stay there. My sister took the kids while my husband and I stayed behind, sorted out the details with the fire brigade. According to them, it was faulty wiring in the master bedroom. We've never had any issues with the home's wiring. Not to mention, it wasn't a very old house, not like many neighborhoods around us. Once the fire was out, the brigade was gone. My husband and I walked around the smoking house until about 3 a.m. Our room was destroyed, while the kids' room was completely intact. Other rooms had smoke damage, but it was clear the bulk of the disaster was our room. We had a large wardrobe in the room. It was an antique. Still standing, but completely destroyed from the smoke and fire, except for the top smaller cabinets where we stored pillowcases and such. I about jumped out of my skin when I walked near the wardrobe and heard my daughter's doll start singing that song. I felt no ease when I realized the irony of her song. Ashes, ashes, all fall down. My husband heard it too, running to where I was, immediately asking me, "Where did you find it?" He sees I'm not holding anything, but the doll is still singing on repeat. I go to open the cupboard, but he stops me, telling me he'll do it. He pulls the doll out, unscathed and still singing. He asks me point blank, "Did you put this in here?" I was about over the accusations at this point, and I asked why the hell I would do that, especially now. Reason must have reached him as his facial expression changed. He very seriously told me to call my sister to pick me up, that he was going to take care of this. I wasn't sure if he meant the mess or the doll, but I called my sister, and that's where the doll story ended for me. For my husband, it ends with him literally incinerating the doll to nothing but ash, burning it in a pile of already burnt rubble, then continuing to sweep the contents of the area into a bag, which he disposed of at a local pub's waste reciprocal. I'm not sure if I share his same paranoia, but I will say I don't typically believe in coincidences. And that doll playing that song at that very moment, it felt deliberate. Lucky for us, our daughter assumed she'd lost the doll in the fire, so we just ran with it. In fact, we've ran with it for over 16 years. When my dad was a kid, he saw a lady die on the Matterhorn bobsled ride at Disneyland. He was in one of those sky gondolas as one of the bobsleds was going over a big hill. He saw the lady's seatbelt give way, cutting her loose. Then he saw her sort of bounce out of the coaster, go over the rails, and onto another set of rails below. Still in clear sight, another bobsled comes down the rails that the woman landed on. When they come into contact, she's run over by the bobsled, and it gets stuck on top of her with a sickening crunch of gears and bones, one that could be heard before total chaos broke loose. The people on the bobsled start screaming at the top of their lungs, the front row wiping blood from their eyes and face. My dad watched the whole thing unfold before my grandparents realized what was happening and had the sense to cover his eyes. Apparently, seeing all of that really messed him up. I truly thought it was our family's income that made us a Six Flags family instead of Disney. We technically lived closer to Disney, but Dad always was so against it. Then he would clam up and get grumpy if we'd ask why he felt that way. One summer, I even offered to sell lemonade to help pay for the family's trip. He got really mad about that, but now I think I understand. In first grade, I remember a set of twins named Anna and Emma that I would play with often. My neighborhood didn't have many kids, so they really were the only friends I played with outside of my school. Anna and Emma also never went to my school. In fact, I'm not sure they went to school at all. Here's the thing. I have memories of real girls when I think back to our experiences together as a child. We were always alone. I don't remember us using our voices, but we definitely spoke, almost telepathically, especially them to me. My mom remembers me having imaginary friends and claims that when she acknowledged the girls, 98% of the time it was just to appease my imagination. And the other 2% of the time is why I feel like this story is worthy of sharing. Our house was a split-level house. You walk inside the front door and you either go up the stairs to the kitchen, living room, bathroom, or downstairs to the above-ground basement, bonus room, and extra bathroom. On a very cold winter day, I ran my butt from the snowy outside through the front door. I had to pee so bad, I refused to go to the cold basement bathroom, so I ran up the stairs, unknowingly tracking snow up the stairs. After using the bathroom, I realized I'd dropped my backpack at the door when I'd flown inside. I had to grab it. I heard my mom faintly from downstairs say, "What is it?" in an almost worried tone. I hadn't said anything. Before hitting the steps officially, I hear her once more. "Oh, hello. What's your name, girls?" "You're friends of Jenny's, yeah?" I start down the stairs, and as I do, I look over towards the second set of stairs. It's Anna and Emma. Well, it's the tops of their heads anyway. I pick up my pace. They disappear. They do that sometimes. I hear my mom gasp, but before I can figure out why, water beneath my foot sends me flying down the stairs. Trying to correct myself, I make it 100 times worse, and now I'm flying face first. Before any of that really registers, I'm captured by my mom, almost midair. She sort of flies back into the wall with me in her arms. I know it had to have hurt her because she practically took the entire impact of the fall that I'd taken. A fall that was surely going to put me on my face on the cold concrete floor had my mom not been there. I was super scared. I remember almost crying, but my mom was making sure I was okay, then laughing and almost crying, then laughing, so I laughed too. After the shock, just before bed that night, we talked about it. My mom asked if I remembered calling out to her before I fell. I told her that I didn't, but I heard her talking. She gave me a small smile and followed it up with something about if I saw my friends today on the stairs. I told her yes, Anna and Emma. They were there for a moment and then they disappeared. That look on her face is one I won't forget. I've never seen it again. It was like she was using every muscle in her face to show an expression of ease, but she was uneasy. Her smile couldn't quite hold right. I got the feeling that she was afraid of my friends. Later in life, I learned she wasn't afraid at all. She was incredibly grateful. She didn't think the girls tried to harm me. She's convinced they were there to save me. Which maybe makes more sense. I never felt anything bad from these girls. They were, by all accounts, some of my best friends for over a year. I never learned anything more about them. No idea who the previous owners of our house were, or if two girls by those names ever existed there. Oddly enough, for how much time we spent together, I don't remember the last time I saw them, or how we ever actually came about saying goodbye. Sometimes I wonder if they're still with me. This was New Year's Eve 2 years ago. Absolutely naked guy walks into the bar, and he sat at the bar like there was nothing odd about it. This is a neighborhood bar, but it's a little famous. A lot of famous actors and such pass through because it's been in a lot of movies, and it always has good music. So mostly people are looking at the guy or whatever, just sort of wondering when the cops will show up. But I'm outside looking in because I was enjoying the air over the levee. Big crowd, nobody else being naked and not too drunk yet. But the bartender won't turn around, won't even look at the guy. She's just been standing at the bar, facing the mirror the whole time, acting like she's polishing a glass. And the place is basically full, but she won't even address him. Eventually, she starts sobbing and someone says something to the naked guy and gets a little confrontational. And a couple of the bigger guys help him make up his mind to leave, but he's not apologetic at all. And it turns out that he was the bartender's father. He'd found out that she'd done a porno or something similar, and he was trying to make a point. Yeah, he's on a list now. Not that it matters. Everyone for 3 towns knows who he is after that shit. Unfortunately, the bartender couldn't hold it together for the rest of the night, and that's how we found out the whole thing. It's not exactly my New Year's Eve horror story, but it's somebody's. I wanted to share an experience that happened in my home last Thanksgiving. For the last 20 years, I've been living in an octagon house. It was built in 1855. I've experienced many things over the years. The last major event happened as my family and I sat down for Thanksgiving dinner at 4. Shortly after everyone was seated, I clearly heard footsteps on the second floor, directly above the kitchen. The steps continued across the room, then down the stairs, directly outside the open kitchen doorway. Then they began coming towards me from behind, but it all happened so fast that I didn't even look back. I could actually feel the thumping on the floorboards as the footsteps approached. Before I could say anything, my youngest daughter looked under the table, accused me of making the noise. I firmly denied this, confirmed she was hearing and feeling the same thing too. It was very creepy, and it was also strange that my younger daughter was the only other one to experience it. My other daughter and wife didn't have a clue what we were talking about. That's how it is with all the weird stuff in our house. I guess we're more sensitive to these things than they are. I've got a little admission of guilt, and in probably 15 years, someone will write a story about this and say, of course the adults didn't believe me. I get it now. I'm 30, no kids of my own, but I teach kindergarten and have a bachelor's in early childhood education. Currently, I've been a long-term substitute for a classroom in the inner city. Since March, I've been taking the train down to the smallest, shittiest brick structure I've ever walked in. There's a genuine stress in the back of my mind every day that the ceiling will collapse while I'm teaching. There's 2 weeks until summer, and I cannot wait to be out of there. But I digress. Last Friday was show and tell day. All the students brought something from home to participate. In the morning, I'm standing just inside the main doors of the school, greeting the children as they enter. One student, we'll call Tim, was walking into the school. In his hands was a big, beautiful rosary, hundreds of blue prayer beads decorating the cord. The moment Tim steps foot through the doorway, I see his rosary get yanked out of his grip. The pole snaps the knotted ropes and makes Tim stumble off balance, falling to the ground as the cross and all of the prayer beads bounce and scatter across the cracked hardwood floor. A couple just feet in front of him, Tim instantly starts crying. I hustle to help him up and dust him off, but he's inconsolable, shrieking in pain and terror. A few seconds later, his mom runs in and sweeps him up. She'd seen him fall from the parking lot, but obviously didn't see what I saw. It scared the absolute shit out of me. But when Tim's mom asks what happened, I look at Tim, back at her. I say, I don't know, Paula. I think he tripped over the doorframe. Tim screams about a rain cloud man grabbing Abuela's cross. Paula looks confused and kinda chuckles about his claim. I match her response, but inside I'm squirming. I saw that rosary get pulled out of his hands. I didn't see by what, but I definitely witnessed something I couldn't explain, and so I didn't. I told Tim, it's a sunny day outside. Keeping my stone-faced smile, I reassured Paula the rosary must have gotten caught on the metal doorframe when he entered. She was heartbroken about the rosary. It belonged to her mother. Tim wouldn't settle down. Paula was already fighting to hold back tears, so she just took him home that day. By first recess, the janitor had already cleaned the beads and the cross from the entry hallway. If I could have responded the way I originally wanted, I would have right then and there, next to Tim, been crying. But I couldn't. I had to be the adult. That wasn't the last occurrence where I had to keep a strong upper lip or roll my eyes when a student approached me, telling me they didn't like it when the people stand outside the classroom windows. They look in, make scary, twisting faces at them through the glass. I can't see them, but once on a rainy indoor recess, 2 different children playing in different areas of the classroom. They walked up to me at separate times, describing a smoky figure hanging upside down outside the window. When I first started working here, my classroom phone would randomly ring. The caller ID would have my classroom's extension displayed. When I'd pick up the phone off the receiver, the line would be filled with static. Closed curtains have slid open while we've been reading a story during circle time. Every time I do my best not to react, I smile, try to think of an excuse for the children so they don't get scared. But this is getting to be too much. Again, the only reason I'm sticking this out is because we have 2 weeks left. I can survive 2 weeks. I've survived 4 months. I can do this. If I'd been hired full-time here, I'd be quitting and looking for a new job this summer. Thankfully, I'll be teaching summer school at a much newer school on the other side of town. Longer train ride, but well worth it. The principal here asked me if I wanted to do summer school here, and I was like, no fucking way. I didn't say that, but I thought it. In actuality, my response was a bit more polite. I'm a 30-year-old male. I live with my friend, 29-year-old male. Both of us have seen a girl in the house. She's small, dressed normally, not the stereotypical ghost girl. Why is it scary? Because we live alone. We've asked our neighbors. None of them has a daughter or knows anyone who meets the description. It's a big, old house, so we never associated strange noises with anything paranormal. First sighting, I was alone at home. I was getting out of the shower, and in front of the bathroom is my friend's room. There, I saw her standing, looking at a shelf where my roomie keeps his books. I didn't say anything to my friend. He was away visiting family. I must admit that I spent that night at my parents' house. Second sighting. I was in the kitchen when I heard something break in the living room. I thought it was my friend's cat. When I came around to check, I saw the girl standing, staring at me. Nothing was broken. I ran out of the house. Didn't return till the next day. Again, I didn't tell my friend. Third sighting was my friend's. I was on a trip. My friend called me. He was upset. He told me that he saw a girl in the living room, just sitting on the couch. I asked him to describe her to me. She was the same girl that I'd seen. Since then, we've seen it on many occasions. She does nothing. She doesn't disturb us, but it's there. Sightings are quick. There's no time to interact. The child always wears the same clothes, does not look neglected or unattended. We've set up a few cameras, but we've never caught anything. What do you think? We don't feel like we're being watched at night. Things don't move, and there's no strange noises that can't be related to an old house. Recently, my partner, who's a skeptic, and I have noticed an increase in unusual activity in our home. Our animals seem to notice and/or see things that we cannot. I have hours of footage of orbs in our living room, some of which the cats appear to chase or play with. Typically, activity will begin when it gets dark and continues well into the morning. Interestingly, my former cat scratching post is at the end of the buffet, under the television in the living room, which is also the location our current cats seem to be interested in. This particular video is of interest to me and most intriguing because there are no females in this home. No phone calls were made at this time, and the animals appear to hear it but don't seem afraid. Any thoughts? A little while ago, I posted about hearing a girl or a young woman utter the words, "uh-oh," one night in my apartment where I live alone. Since then, I've started compiling a list of weird things that have happened in the apartment. I thought I might go over what's happened in my apartment since I moved in and see what other people think. It really started back in 2021. I'd moved into the apartment in late 2019, and for a year and a half I'd lived there. I hadn't noticed anything very strange, or at least anything strange enough that stuck in my mind. This would change very shortly. While I was hanging out with some friends in a Discord voice chat one afternoon, I happened to glance down the length of my hallway, the doorway of which is to the left of where I sit. Just by turning my head, I can look down the hallway into the dining room, and from the dining room, I can see my desk. Well, when I looked to my left that particular afternoon, I saw what looked like the shadow of a woman's arm in the doorway of the dining room, as if the woman it was connected to was standing just on the inside of the dining room, out of sight. Now, it might have just been the shadows, but I know I saw it clearly enough that it caught my attention, and it was still there after I looked away once or twice. It was clear enough that I was about to tell the Discord chat about it, but it finally disappeared, and I convinced myself I hadn't seen anything. A few months later, sometime around November 2021, February 2022, I was woken up one night to what I can only describe as a choir singing. It sounded like All the World, and as if people were singing it in my room. Now, there is a church next door, but I've never heard them practice before, and this was like 3 a.m. I lay there, fully awake and confused, until the noise finally stopped, and I once again convinced myself that I'd imagined it, that it was only a very late-night practice for the church next door. Now, this one, over a year later, earlier this year, I was sitting on the couch in the living room, playing some solitaire on my phone, preparing to go to bed. As I'm sitting there, fully awake and aware of all the noises around me, mainly the train that had just rumbled its way through town, I hear in the silence that followed a young woman or child's voice, clear as day, saying, "Uh-oh," from the direction of the dining room. Now I've heard other people's TVs from the apartment. They're all muffled and quiet. This wasn't. This was clear and loud. A couple of weeks after that, I'm in the dining room, bent over, grabbing a couple of water bottles from the cask in the corner of the room. I catch movement out of the corner of my eye. I watch from between my legs as something, a lady's skirt maybe, moves from one corner of the room to the other. Again. This isn't me seeing something I thought I saw and then wasn't there when I went to look. I watched as whatever this was moved across the floor for several seconds. Why I never thought to stand up and turn around, I'll never know. Finally, just last night, I was listening to someone on YouTube talk about film in the 1980s, when suddenly, along with the audio from the video, I heard something that sounded like a woman's wordless, barely audible, whispering right by my left ear. I stopped. I frowned, rewound the video to where I'd just heard it, and it simply wasn't there. Wasn't in the video. Had never been in the video. I'm becoming more and more convinced that my apartment is haunted, but I'm still not 100% certain that it is. I guess I'd have to concretely engage with something before I believed it. What do you good people think? Hello, my name is Alexa, and I'm 35 years old. I've always been sensitive to the paranormal. I've attracted things both human and non-human. This was not my first experience, but it stands out because of how I felt. When I was 12, I would walk to and from school, and I always took a shortcut through the local cemetery. One day, I fell in the cemetery, and I saw bare feet right in front of me. I immediately felt very uneasy. When I stood up, I saw a woman. She was wearing a knee-length, white nightgown. She had long black hair. She was looking down at her feet. I felt very unsettled, like I could be in danger. She looked at me. When I said hello, that's when I noticed her eyes were blood red, almost reptilian, with vertical pupils. It felt like she was looking through me. She said that I should be more careful, and I needed to go home. Then she disappeared. I never saw her again. I have no idea what she was, but I inherently knew that she could have killed me. If anyone knows what she could have been, please let me know in the comments. So about a month back, I posted my experiences walking in the evening, where I was harassed by a kid on a bicycle and ran into a lady wanting me to go get her formula for her baby. Thankfully, I had no problem with the lady. I haven't seen her since. The boy, though, I appear to have made quite an impression on him. After the initial incident, for context, he rode his bike in circles around me, popping on the sidewalk behind me in an attempt to rattle me, then shouted, "Yeah, you better run," when I finally crossed the street into a busy downtown. I didn't see anything of this kid or his absent friend for the better part of a month. Or rather, I don't remember seeing him. He might have been in that same parking lot, but never bothered me. Never occurred to me to pay attention to him. That changed 2 days ago. I was almost done with my evening walk, talking to somebody on the phone as I often do, just to give me something to do while I'm circling the neighborhood. I turned down a street that intersects near where I live, preparing to turn onto my street and go eat some dinner. It's then that I hear the sound coming up from behind me. Bicycle wheels. As I'm walking and talking, this kid, the same one as before, rides his bike up on me on the other side of the street and starts hurling insults, most of which I don't hear. The only one that I do consciously remember being able to decipher was a baffling, "Why are you on the phone?" Because I've got a social life, guy. What business is it of yours? As is my wont in those situations, I do my due diligence to ignore the child, assuming that engaging with him in any way is only going to lead to more harassment, as he realizes he's going to get a rise out of me. The kid keeps up this barrage of nonstop motor-mouthing unintelligible insults until he finally turns and starts pedaling back, either because he'd grown tired of trying to get a rise out of somebody that he couldn't, or because I'd crossed and was out of his hunting grounds. I went in, laughed it off, and didn't think much of it. He was annoying, but other than trying to ram me with his bicycle, he seemed harmless. He was just a kid who thought he owned the world because of his age. Again, seemed perfectly harmless. Yesterday goes by without incident, no sight of him, and I managed to walk in peace. Tonight, that almost all changed. I went on my normal walk as per usual, having to amend my path as I have sometimes to avoid large crowds of people and open tables on the road. I'm not the biggest people person in the whole wide world. Crowds of any size tend to unnerve me. I've circled back and started walking by the parking lot, the one that the kid with the bicycle is usually in. No bicycle this time. No, just a kid. I'm walking on the sidewalk, aware of this young teenager to my left, keeping an eye on him. I don't trust him. I don't know what he might do if provoked. Almost absently, my eyes wander to the sidewalk in front of me, just to make sure I'm not about to run into a tree or something. My heart drops to my shoes when I see it. The kid has a friend with him, a friend who's currently standing facing me on the far end of the sidewalk that I'm walking down. He's eyeing me, arms crossed. No, I'm not sure. I'm pretty certain he's got a bat in his hands. Momentarily, I consider just walking up to and slipping past this kid, just to see what he'll do. I can be stubborn at times, particularly if I feel like someone's trying to do something to me. Thankfully, logic and safety won out on this one. I quickly slipped off the sidewalk, still walking ahead but through the grass, keeping an interspersed line of trees between me and the would-be assailants. The first boy, the one in the parking lot, starts walking the same way I am, adjacent to me, matching, step by step. I finally make my way past the boy with the bat, and then turn, going my normal route again. Glancing back, I see both boys eyeing me, watching me as I leave. I don't have any more incidents for the rest of my walk, but I keep my head on a swivel, just in case one of them decides to follow me, especially the one with the bat. So, kid on a bicycle, and your friend, who I hope to never meet again, let's not meet again, ever again. Growing up, I always had to move from one place to another. There was this apartment in particular that terrified me. I was about 7 or 8 when weird stuff started happening. Basically, things would go missing. Things would get moved, and I'd hear footsteps in the hallways. Once my dad heard someone small running. He thought it was my sister, called out to her, but nobody answered. When he came to check on me and my sister, he found us both fast asleep. We always shared a room. One time, my mom baked a cake at night. I don't know why she decided to bake it at night, but she did. That night, we heard muffled chewing sounds. It wasn't my parents, as they'd gone to sleep hours before. Their room was in front of mine, and I would have seen them come out. The next day, we found half the cake was gone. Another time, my dad bought a GPS. He was very happy with it and put it on the table. The next day, it was gone. Me and my sister didn't touch it because my dad was very strict, and we used to be scared of what would happen if we touched it. My mom was home all day, but she's a busy woman and couldn't care less about a GPS. It was gone for a week, and then it was found. One day, my dad called my mom asking her where she found the GPS. It was right where he left it. This freaks me out the most. I had a saint, a paper with a saint on it. We call it a saint here. No matter how many times I got rid of the saint, it always comes back. I ripped it apart so many times. I shredded it, and it always returns to my desk. I no longer live in that house, but every time I walk by it, I get this feeling of dread. Been a while since I shared this story. Background: I worked as an off-shift IT guy in a 24/7 federal building while trying to finish college. My shift, 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. I can't say too much, but it used to be many things, like a sanitarium, a hospital. Very popular in the 1800s. It had its own underground network of tunnels to move supplies and bodies in and out of the building. Train station, cemeteries. During my shift, I worked in 2 physical locations, the call center area and a secure communications room. The most frightening times I had was when I worked in the building's sub-basement. It used to be the building's morgue, but was now the exclusively secure communications room. Since it's 24/7, the lights stay on in that communications room at all times. There's always someone required to be in the room. Didn't matter if it felt like you were being watched anyway. Also, no one was allowed to be in that room alone. Our customers who we support made sure that one of us was in there with them while working. Minimum staffing in that room was 3 people during the day. At night, my shift, 2. Anyway, my story specifically was, as I was wrapping up my homework thesis, I heard a noise, like something heavy being dragged on the other side or opposite of my cubicle. I called my friend over. He heard it too. My cube wall is pretty long, but in the few minutes for my friend to come over, we both heard it for about 5 to 7 minutes. We asked each other if there was anyone else in our secure area, or if any last-minute work was scheduled. Nope. We made the choice to investigate the noise in the area. Nope, nothing. Room doors still locked. No one else but us entered or was present. Took a smoke break and left, just to not run away screaming. People would complain that when they used the common restroom, someone would tug at their clothing while they were in there. It would always freak them out. The worst parts for me would be when I had to walk this huge Gothic building at night and in the dark and manually update computers. The security guards would make their rounds and shut off all of the lights in the areas not used, and I'd go and turn them all on when I did my rounds. Anyway, I'd see and hear things. Shadows appear when I turned on the lights and murmurs at specific places. During the day, when it's sunny, heavily populated, lots of people, you don't notice anything odd. At night, and it's just you and the other guy, hearing noises and seeing things, it's scary as hell. The building is still occupied. I'm told those areas are no longer available or accessed. They're now used for storage only. As a kid, I had a few paranormal encounters that I thought significant, 2 of which included a black-eyed child that resembled the Ring Girl, or the Grudge, but had bangs, looked exactly like a friend that I had in elementary school, only pale, white, and black-eyed. First time I saw her maybe 50 yards away in the rear view as my dad drove me away. Second time, she was in my room as I went to go get something. She was on her knees on the opposite side of my bed. Anyway, I never paid much attention to it. I'm not saying the next encounter was the same entity or related, but I started wondering if they are. This one I know for a fact to be real. It was almost 3 years ago, 5 or 6 a.m. I was being nocturnal at the time. Me and my girlfriend were getting ready to go to sleep, but I went to the kitchen to get a snack as she followed. It wasn't clear what I was doing, so she asked me, "What are you doing?" Then she said, "What the fuck?" And I spun around right as she clicked the light in the hallway that was right above her. Immediately after she turned it on, just in time for me to see, as I just turned around, the light bulb exploded. A skinny figure resembling the girl from The Ring appeared. Only very tall, maybe 6 foot something, her body only being a few inches wide. It disappeared with the flash of the light from the exploding light bulb, leaving me and my girlfriend speechless. She said that she exclaimed, "What the fuck?" because she saw a white mist beside her, which is also why she turned on the light. It's the realest experience I've ever had, the most chilling. Me and that girlfriend broke up now, but the whole 2 years I was with her, creepy phenomena happened constantly. From the one I just mentioned to hearing voices, rhythmic tapping on windows, apparitions, dogs growling at nothing, and one time I heard stomping running up to me from behind despite being alone, but nothing like the skinny light bulb figure. The most notable other experiences were when we heard mumbling outside of our bedroom door, but we were alone in the house. When I was alone going to sleep, I saw a shadow figure walking parallel to my bed. Us talking about turning the bedroom light on, only for it to turn on by itself, right as we mentioned it. And items being moved, lost randomly, sometimes randomly appearing in the freezer of all places. My dog at the time was pretty quiet, unless we could physically see a person walking outside or something. But my girlfriend said that, while I was at work, he would often growl at the hallway, hair standing up as well. I never had him do that the whole 15 years I had him. Almost all experiences were in the same house, and we both experienced them together and apart, but it was worse for her, especially when she was alone at the house and I was at work. There were also times in 2 other houses that she claimed to see someone laying beside her, facing her, despite being alone. I'll also mention I never experienced things so real, even in that house, until I got with her, and everything ceased when we broke up. And haven't had many things happen since. It's been a year. Any thoughts? Was my ex haunted? Is the ring girl or figures like her only from folklore? For a little backstory, I live in a small southern city with a history dating back to the Civil War. The apartment building I call home and have called home for almost 4 years now was built in 1936 to be apartments, instead of existing as a house first, only to be then converted into apartments. The walls and floors of this place are tremendously paper thin, as I can hear my downstairs neighbor's TV and my downstairs neighbor's if she's talking loud enough. There's squirrels in the walls that I can hear scrambling from time to time, and I can hear every time the front door opens and shuts, generally because people slam it. I say all this to say, yes, I know there's additional, rational, logical explanations for all sorts of things. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for the heavy footsteps I sometimes hear in my downstairs neighbor's apartment, which sounds like she's put the heaviest pair of hiking boots on, which I'd be surprised if she owns, and then paces, doing her best to stomp heavily with every step. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for the knocking I'll hear sometimes on the bathroom wall, which sounds very much like my other neighbor is racking his knuckles against his side of the wall. I'm even sure there's a logical explanation for the shadow of an arm I saw in my dark kitchen once and only back in 2020. I was staring at it from the living room. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for any and all little creepy things that have happened while I've lived here. I can find no explanation for this next part. This was about a week ago. I was about to go to sleep, sitting on the couch. I sleep on my couch because the living room is the only room I can somewhat climate control, be it through heater or fans. I was playing some solitaire to sort of relax. It was a particularly noisy evening that night. The train was whistling and groaning as it made its way down the tracks. The squirrels were scrabbling in the walls, and I could hear my neighbors moving around. In truth, I was a little unnerved by all the noise. But then, in the midst of everything else, I hear it. Uh-oh. It was a small voice, toneless, either a young woman or a child. It wasn't muffled. Didn't sound like it was coming from the TV or from one of the neighbors. It sounded like it was coming from the kitchen or my bedroom. I stopped, paralyzed, listening, and hear nothing. Ever since then, I've heard nothing else, and no explanation for it. There's no grand ghost story attached to this place. The only thing that comes close, a half-remembered story from the old landlord about some little girl going missing here at some point. Even he hadn't heard about it himself. He'd only heard about it from a woman doing research for a ghost walk. It could be nothing, and I probably won't ever hear anything else, just like the Civil War nurse at my college. But I know what I heard. I know what it wasn't, even if I don't know what it was. That's what counts, right? I'd just moved into my first college apartment after a miserable year in the dorms. It was within walking distance of campus, and it came with an air conditioner that refused to work. It wouldn't stop leaking, and the night I moved in, it didn't run at all, which was absolutely awful in mid-August. I spent most of that night awake, chugging cold drinks, or sleeping fitfully, sweating buckets. In the morning, I stood in a cold shower for 30 minutes before going out to learn my way around for the new semester. There's a shortcut that shaves a couple of minutes off my walk, but I wasn't sure where it was. I decided to go the normal way to the parking lot instead of spending an hour looking for it. I headed in the general direction I knew to go, but I wasn't sure of which street to go down. Turning right, I began heading towards downtown, and that's when I heard a metallic tap, tap, tap sound. Glancing over my shoulder, I immediately saw the source. It was an old, filthy, homeless man, dressed in brown clothes with long gray hair and a beard. He was holding a white cane. Feeling slightly spooked, but not thinking much of it, I continued walking. There's a healthy number of homeless people in my city. I intentionally missed the actual turn for campus, figuring he would eventually turn off and go a different way, but he didn't, and the tapping continued. I ended up going off the sidewalk and across a gravel path, heading further downtown, hoping he'd move on. Instead, he kept walking. He never sped up or slowed down. He just kept following me with that incessant tapping. When I recognized where I was, I turned to head towards campus. I could see it growing closer in the distance. That's when I noticed the tapping had disappeared. But there was barely a moment of relief. I heard it again, and I glanced over to see that he'd taken a shortcut and was now almost even to me, moving diagonally. I sped up and called my mother, thinking 911 wouldn't take me seriously. I was crying and overwhelmed as this man continued to follow me. Full of desperation, I ran across the road, thinking I'd finally lose him. But as I glanced back, I saw him crossing the road too. I was almost sprinting, but he continued to follow me at the same pace. Ahead of me, I saw a band practicing. I hoped that he wouldn't want to walk in front of a whole trumpet line, but I was wrong. When I finally made it to campus, I continued sprinting until I could look back long enough to confirm he was gone. It seems he didn't want to go into the college. After having a little cry, I wandered into the game room before heading home. This was several months ago, and also my first time living alone, so I guess it's possible I'm blowing things out of proportion, but there were times when I felt like they didn't need to keep following me, or that they didn't need to re-follow me. Either way, I've never ran into them since, but I only take the shortcut now. So this is admittedly a little shaky. There's probably a logical explanation for this, but I think it's interesting, especially given where I heard it. About 2 months ago, I set out to put together a book of the city's ghost stories, as, at least to my knowledge, no one else has done so. This has led to a lot of on-foot research, a lot of questions, and 1 or 2 mistakes. My sincerest apologies to the one store when I told you your place was haunted. I hadn't realized I was in the wrong place. One of the more prevalent ghost stories I've come across so far, as everyone seems to know some version of it, is of a little girl who fell through a skylight of a grocery store in the 1930s. She hit her head on a Coke machine and died the next day. It's one of the few ghost stories I've come across for the book that's rooted in history. As the little girl did actually fall, I've seen a photograph of her, I've read newspaper articles about it, and I've visited her grave. A lot of the finer points of the actual event seem to have gotten mixed up in the retelling of it. I've heard people talk about the little girl falling from the window instead of the skylight, and pointing to other buildings on the street as the ones that she'd fallen out of. Supposedly, her ghost doesn't just haunt the site of the former grocery store, but the building on either side of it too. Anyway, I was going for a walk one morning, early, as I often do. Heading down the street, I was thinking of the cold, of the weather, and and half a dozen other things besides the ghost story about the little girl. I was walking by a series of shops when I heard a noise. A terrific sounding crash. Jumping, startled, I whirled towards the sound, only to find myself standing in front of the exact building the girl had fallen into. It's a jewelry store now, or at least it will be until they move out soon. Admittedly, it could have been someone working inside who dropped something. Still, the place didn't open for another 2 hours. It was fairly early in the morning. I almost looked in. Probably should have looked in, but didn't, just in case it was one of those workers and not a ghost. I went on my way, rather shaken up, and have yet to hear anything else, no matter how many times I walked by the building. So did I hear the ghostly replaying of the tragic accident? Or just the mishandling of a clumsy employee? I don't know, and probably never will know. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna quit hoping to hear it again. My family and I live in a mobile home park where the trailers have been converted into homes. Recently, me, my wife, and the rest of the family that lives with us, we've been hearing and or smelling strange things. At first, we thought it was the stray cats or raccoons, but then things started getting weirder. We started hearing the sounds. Sometimes it would be footsteps, other times we would hear knocking. We thought at first maybe we smoked a bit too much of the devil's lettuce, but everyone else in the house was also hearing these things. That's when the sounds started sounding like people talking to us. But the weird thing was it always sounded like they were incredibly far away. The most recent thing was the smell of rotting dead of some kind. I couldn't for the life of me remember when the last time I'd smelled death like that. The smell seemed almost intense, as if it were right in front of me. I checked around our home, under it, just to make sure there were no dead animals. This happened at almost 12 at night, when my wife and I were outside smoking. I had my brother come out and check, and even he agreed that it wasn't just me who smelled it. He said it smelled like the corpse of a person. That's when I remembered why the smell seemed so familiar, because a man who had died a few years ago. I remember how many times we walked by his corpse. They realized he died inside the wall, but I never forgot the smell. It was a very horrid smell. Still, that smell only has happened once. It hasn't come back that I know of. I'm usually one to think of scientific reasons. I ended up checking if any possible sewage had leaked from a pipe or if it came from the neighbor's home, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. These weird happenings only seem to happen at night, and most of the people that live near us are usually asleep by 10 p.m., and we stay up till about midnight and 1 in the morning. My neighbors have told me that on the few occasions they've been outside at that hour, they say they feel uncomfortable or they hear something, but they chalk it up to maybe random animals or them being tired. I'll post an update if anything significant happens. I would also like any opinions or theories to what it might be. So I once saw this really, really nice necklace on an online auction, and I just placed my bid and I actually won. The seller was a German man, and it took a while for my package to arrive. I was super proud of my new necklace. Started wearing it the exact moment I held it in my hands. After a month of wearing it, weird things started happening to me. 2 events occurred. The first was on a Sunday or Saturday morning. I remember being very relaxed and hearing the voice of a little girl talking to me, even though I couldn't understand what she said. I didn't see her, I just heard her. Everyone in my house was asleep, so it made me freak out. The second event occurred on a Wednesday night. It was around 10 p.m. I usually go to bed at or around 9:30. I take a lot to fall asleep. I was feeling relaxed and I was half asleep and half awake. I realized I was listening to a female voice humming a tune that I could recognize, even though my parents were downstairs, my brothers were sleeping. It scared me a lot at first, but I didn't really mind and just let myself fall asleep. I talked to my mother about what was happening. We had a long talk in private. I often see weird things, and weird things often happen to me. But this time I told someone about it. My mom was trying to understand for what reason this would happen to me. She thought it was maybe something in my room, and in the exact moment when she said that, I thought about my necklace. It was a necklace from the years 1920 and 1930. So yeah, I just poured some holy water on it. Just had a few events after that. But they were probably more my imagination running wild. I still have the necklace now, and I wear it every day. I feel like the memories of the girl who had this necklace before me are still inside the necklace. And I don't really mind. Actually, I'm happy that a part of her is still in there. I just really can't explain why. So, yep, one of the creepiest experiences of mine. So about a month back, I posted my experiences walking in the evening, where I was harassed by a kid on a bicycle and ran into a lady wanting me to go get her formula for her baby. Thankfully, I had no problem with the lady. I haven't seen her since. The boy, though. I appear to have made quite an impression on him. After the initial incident, for context, he rode his bike in circles around me, popping on the sidewalk behind me in an attempt to rattle me, then shouted, "Yeah, you better run," when I finally crossed the street into a busy downtown. I didn't see anything of this kid or his absent friend for the better part of a month, or rather, I don't remember seeing him. He might have been in that same parking lot, but never bothered me. Never occurred to me to pay attention to him. That changed 2 days ago. I was almost done with my evening walk, talking to somebody on the phone as I often do, just to give me something to do while I'm circling the neighborhood. I turn down a street that intersects near where I live, preparing to turn onto my street and go eat some dinner. It's then that I hear the sound coming up from behind me. Bicycle wheels. As I'm walking and talking, this kid, the same one as before, rides his bike up on me on the other side of the street and starts hurling insults, most of which I don't hear. The only one that I do consciously remember being able to decipher was a baffling, "Why are you on the phone?" "Because I've got a social life, guy. What business is it of yours?" As is my wont in those situations, I do my due diligence to ignore the child, assuming that engaging with him in any way is only going to lead to more harassment, as he realizes he's going to get a rise out of me. The kid keeps up this barrage of nonstop motor-mouthing unintelligible insults until he finally turns and starts pedaling back, either because he'd grown tired of trying to get a rise out of somebody that he couldn't, or because I'd crossed and was out of his hunting grounds. I went in, laughed it off, and didn't think much of it. He was annoying, but other than trying to ram me with his bicycle, he seemed harmless. He was just a kid who thought he owned the world because of his age. Again, seemed perfectly harmless. Yesterday goes by without incident, no sight of him, and I managed to walk in peace. Tonight, that almost all changed. I went on my normal walk as per usual, having to amend my path as I have sometimes to avoid large crowds of people and open tables on the road. I'm not the biggest people person in the whole wide world. Crowds of any size tend to unnerve me. I've circled back and started walking by the parking lot, the one that the kid with the bicycle is usually in. No bicycle this time. No, just a kid. I'm walking on the sidewalk, aware of this young teenager to my left, keeping an eye on him. I don't trust him. I don't know what he might do if provoked. Almost absently, my eyes wander to the sidewalk in front of me, just to make sure I'm not about to run into a tree or something. My heart drops to my shoes when I see it. The kid has a friend with him, a friend who's currently standing facing me on the far end of the sidewalk that I'm walking down. He's eyeing me, arms crossed. And though I'm not sure, I'm pretty certain he's got a bat in his hands. Momentarily, I consider just walking up to and slipping past this kid, just to see what he'll do. I can be stubborn at times, particularly if I feel like someone's trying to do something to me. Thankfully, logic and safety won out on this one. I quickly slipped off the sidewalk, still walking ahead but through the grass, keeping an interspersed line of trees between me and the would-be assailants. The first boy, the one in the parking lot, starts walking the same way I am, adjacent to me, matching, step by step. I finally make my way past the boy with the bat, and then turn, going my normal route again. Glancing back, I see both boys eyeing me, watching me as I leave. I don't have any more incidents for the rest of my walk, but I keep my head on a swivel, just in case one of them decides to follow me, especially the one with the bat. So, kid on a bicycle, and your friend, who I hope to never meet again, let's not meet again, ever again. My mom is a realtor and has shown a variety of different houses in her time working that job. About 4 years back, she came home from one, pale and jittery. I joke that she's looked like she's seen a ghost. She just slowly nods. Apparently, she'd been taking pictures of the house in order to put them online and had been standing in the doorway, checking through the digital camera. She's taking a while, and apparently halfway through, when somebody had impatiently cleared his throat behind her. Now, she was the only one in the house, and so practically jumped through the door to get out as soon as she heard it. Standing on the front porch, she'd realized that she'd left the keys behind her, so she had to brave going back in order to retrieve them. She ran in, grabbed the keys, and ran back out, back to the car, and back home. That's where I came in. Made the joke, and the story enters an endless loop of retelling and retelling. Now the house. The house is old, apparently pre-Civil War, 1800s, so it's entirely possible that the house is haunted. She goes and calls the homeowner after we discussed whether to do it or not. She calls him, waffles for a bit, then asks him if his house is haunted. The man goes quiet for a long time. Finally, he asks her, "Which one did you see?" Apparently, there's 2 ghosts on the property. The ghost of a doctor, whom the wife of the homeowner saw bending over her one night to check her temperature when she was sick. The other is the ghost of the grandmother of the family who originally owned the house. She'd gone crazy for one reason or another and had been locked up in one of the upstairs rooms. There was a hole drilled through the door in order to look in and see her. People apparently have claimed to see her looking down from that room's window. Months pass as the house tries to sell, and finally, Mom has an open house on a Sunday, where over 100 people come by to look at the house. Near the end of the day, somebody approaches her about buying it. She promises to begin walking them through the process. That was Sunday afternoon. Monday morning, Mom's woken up by a call from another one of the realtors telling her to turn on the TV. Sure enough, on the local news, the house is ablaze and quickly burns completely to the ground. Everybody's a little shaken, and several theories are put forward, from racist to homeless people. Me, I'm firmly convinced the ghosts didn't want to give up their house that easy, and so dealt with it the only way they could. This happened while my parents were vacationing in Southwest America. They got some food and started talking to a local who said that there was a box canyon on the way to their next stop. A box canyon is characterized by being narrow, having high vertical walls and a flat bottom. My mom makes it sound like he described it with an almost spiritual reverence, saying that it was incredibly beautiful, had superb acoustics, and he loved taking his guitar out there. My folks like doing stuff off the beaten path, so they decided to go. The canyon was isolated, and there were no buildings for miles. By the time they parked and made it to the canyon's entrance, the sun was just starting to set. They thought that they were the only ones there. They didn't see any other parked cars as they made their way into the canyon. Both of my parents started to feel a touch uneasy, but they blamed the fact that it was getting dark and the canyon walls were pressing close together. They kept going until they heard the noise. They both describe it differently. Dad says it sounded like a person, possibly a man, saying a low, single word that he didn't understand. My mom says that it didn't sound like a word of any kind to her, just a strange, deep noise that rang out from somewhere nearby. It was accompanied by a brief, intense flash of pale light, just a few feet from where they stood. Neither of them knew what it was, but it lingered in the air for a moment before fading away. They were immediately filled with dread and a desperate need to leave the canyon. They hurried back to their car, and as they exited the dark canyon, Mom felt certain something was chasing them. Thankfully, they were able to get away, but Mom said she didn't feel safe until they had driven for a while. She couldn't get rid of the feeling that they were being pursued. When they eventually spoke of it, they weren't able to make any real sense of what happened. I'm a 27-year-old male. I live in a small German town. My parents bought their dream home the year after I was born, and we moved into it the following year, 1997. Everything was fine until the late 2000s when a salesman from a grocery store chain tried to buy every house on the street so the store could expand. This was the beginning of an ordeal that lasted for nearly 10 years. It didn't end until my father passed away, and we were forced to sell the house for far less than expected, since Dad left a huge debt in mine and my mother's name. He was mentally ill. Today, my mother said the paperwork is finally done, and the store is going to demolish every house on the street before the month's end. While talking, she mentioned wanting to put a rose in our old house before it's demolished, and I still had a spare key. While inside, I felt a cold breeze and started smelling mothballs, like someone with a bag full of them had just walked by. When I went out back, I stood in the middle of the small courtyard, and something pressed into my shoulder. I wasn't able to physically move or breathe for a moment, and I felt like I was being watched the whole visit. The mothball smell followed me the whole time. Mom said she used to occasionally smell mothballs and feel cold breezes when she still lived in the house, and she thought it was because of all the ghosts. That was the whole reason she wanted to leave a rose. The house was built in around 1628, but was partially burned down in the 1700s. We believe there used to be a connection to the church up the hill, but we were never able to prove it, even though we've seen the original plans. They show a pair of stairs leading down to where the living room used to be. Did I encounter a spirit? Why was I the only one it ever touched? Can anyone tell me? A few months ago, my father-in-law had a heart attack and hit his head. He's now brain dead in a medical facility, but his country doesn't allow the withdrawal of life support. Instead, he's being kept alive on a ventilator until his natural death, if you can call it that. Ever since this happened, I've been having waking visions of him, in an old-school Soviet-era bureaucratic office, trying to claim his body. Each day, he works his way through the queues of 5 windows in order to get all the paperwork and stamps needed to return home. But it always ends the same. When he gets to the front of the line, time has run out, and the bureaucratic slams the window shut with instructions to come back tomorrow. Some days he gets closer than others, but it's never enough. My neighbor's mother comes from generations of women with the gift. So I ask if her mother could communicate with him, since he's in this in-between place, but she couldn't. That's not how it works. She can only communicate with the fully dead. She did advise that the family should tell him that it's okay to go towards the light, but I didn't have the heart to tell them. 2 weeks later, my neighbor and her mother were doing a reading, and the mother got a message, one that I needed to tell the family because my father-in-law, he doesn't fully realize he's dead. He's lost. They also used his nickname, but I never even told them his actual name. I don't know what to make of this. This happened around 2013. I was around 8 years old at the time. I'd had a normal day at school. Got into bed, but had that feeling that I wasn't alone. Moments later, I heard someone whisper my name, loudly. It was a male's voice, standing in the back of my room. Scared, of course, I jumped off the bed and I slept in my parents' bed. The next few days, I'd hear footsteps, pacing, back and forth. My sister, unbeknownst to me at the time, was scared of something too, and immediately agreed when I suggested sleeping together. It was like this until she wanted to sleep in her room with me. I said sure, but I was still creeped out, of course. That night, I woke up in the middle of the night for the second time. The first time she'd rammed her elbow into my face, but this time, I just saw that giant, dark figure in the middle of her room. It was see-through, but it didn't really have a shape. I bolted out of there. I only ever told her about it a few months ago. These hauntings stopped, but they started again back in 2019, and they continue, even now. When I was 3, my mom and I followed my dad to Oregon from San Fernando Valley in California. My dad transferred to Oregon City to open a new Home Depot. This was in 1997, so it was an even smaller city back then, and we lived out in the sticks, as my mom called it. The house was beautiful, though. It was situated in a solitary little clearing with a long gravel driveway through the trees. Our dining room doors opened up to a big lawn on a hill, and the front entry led to the finished basement downstairs, or the main house upstairs. In the main house's hallway, my room was the first door on the right, and my parents' room was the last on the left. The first couple incidents aren't too weird. I'd ask my dad to close the blinds so the monsters couldn't see me, even though we were on the second floor, and I'd run to my parents in pure terror almost every night. Maybe this is just a child adjusting to a new environment, but I don't know. I have such vivid memories of my panic as I ran down that hallway. So I'll tell these next two in chronological order. For the first one, my aunt said that she came to visit me when she was 13 and I was 4. My room was weird. My closet had 2 giant rolling mirrors for doors, and they took up half of the wall next to my bed. The bedroom door was opposite of my bed, and I had a wooden rocking chair in the far corner. My bed was against a wall, and my aunt was sleeping on the inside while I was on the outside. She woke up to see that I was awake, staring at the rocking chair, because it was rocking. She asked what was going on. I said that there was a lady in the chair. She asked what the lady wanted. I told my aunt that she wanted to read me a story. My aunt said to let her, and she said I gave her the biggest "what the fuck" look she'd ever seen. Then she said that there was nothing we could do, roll over and pass out. I personally don't remember the experience, but I vividly remember this next one, which happened a couple of weeks later. After my aunt left, I missed her terribly, and I ran to my parents' room, where I sat on the bed and stared at the door, like I was waiting for something. Then, suddenly, a rainbow-colored woman walked in. She and her dress were shimmery, multicolored, but almost muted. She sat at the foot of the bed, leaned towards me, saying that I would be okay, that my aunt would eventually come back. Then she left. That's the end of the memory. I also used to dream that I'd be looking at my body from above and suddenly fall into it. When I'd instantly wake up, the whole bed would be shaking, like I'd just jumped on it. Thanks for reading. Much love to you all, and please, let me know what you think about the woman. I've been thinking about her for the last 25 years. I've been going back and forth as to whether or not to post this, since to an outside viewer, the video isn't really all that interesting. If you don't know me, you'd assume it was faked, or I was simply misjudging where noises were coming from. But after a few weeks, I want to get my experience down in writing, despite being a fairly mundane story compared to some of the posts here. It really upset me. This took place a few weeks ago. I'm going to go into detail to describe my house. Skip this paragraph if you want to get to the good stuff. In the video, I'm sitting on a couch, the camera facing the doorway that leads to a hallway. That hallway has 4 bedrooms. As you can tell by the boxes, people have been moving in and out. The bedroom closest to the living room had my roommate's stuff in it, a bed, a carpet, etc., and the door was held open with a bag of clothes so that the cat could get in and out. Her closet was also propped open with the laundry hamper so the cat could use the litter box. The second room was my old room. I was in the process of moving my stuff to the third room. Neither of these rooms have a closet. The second room, the door was open a crack. In the third room, the door was closed. These rooms also don't have closets. The fourth room, with my roommate's stuff in it, the door was wide open. His closet was shut. It's an old building, and the doors don't click perfectly shut. You need to kind of wedge them open and closed by putting your weight on them. Note that you can slam the doors without them closing. They bounce back open. All doors do this. I was sitting on the couch alone, watching TV. I was sure I was home alone since my roommate, Aaron, asked me to watch her cat, and the guy in the back room, Mark, told me that he was going to stay with his girlfriend for a few days. But people come and go pretty often, so when I heard footsteps, I didn't really think twice. I've been living here for 2 years, and I can tell where noise is coming from. The footsteps sounded like they were coming from Aaron's room. That's when I heard her slam her door, very hard. I was worried something was wrong, so I got up to check. I saw that her door was wedged open, and the room was dark, meaning she wasn't home. I looked up in the hallway. I saw Mark's room was wide open and also dark. He wasn't home either. I immediately got a chill because I didn't know where the noise was coming from. I've been living here nearly 2 years. I know every sound this house makes. I know that it was one of the bedroom doors. I was only sitting 10 feet away. I couldn't see the doors, but there's no mistaking that one of them was slamming. We're also the top apartment. We can't hear any noises from the downstairs neighbors ever, and there's nothing on either side of us. I went and sat back down. About 5 minutes later, the door slammed again. I got up, thinking maybe a window was open and blowing the door shut. This was unlikely since the 2 years I've lived here. The doors have never done this, even with every window in the house open. But I was still trying to rationalize it. So I checked the windows, and every window was tight shut. At this point, I was freaking out a little, went to sit down. As soon as I sat down, again, the door slammed, twice in a row, quickly. At this point, I know people will be rolling their eyes because I didn't get up and look again, but I was too scared to move. I have PTSD, and door slamming is a huge trigger for me, so my heart was already racing. But when I realized that there was no one in the house, I went into panic mode. I started texting a friend who lived nearby, telling him what was happening. Over the course of texting him for about half an hour, the door kept slamming. Sometimes every 30 seconds. Sometimes it would stop for 5 minutes. My friend was on his way, but he suggested I yell at it. I think he was just suggesting this because he thought it would give me confidence. So I yelled, "Please stop," as if, in response, the door slammed hard 3 times in a row. I literally was shaking at this point. I couldn't get up to even look if I wanted to. While waiting for my friend to come, it slowed down a bit. But this is when I finally realized I should take a video. In the short video, I got a quiet slam. In the long video, at the 34-second mark, I could clearly hear footsteps, which is why I said, "What the fuck was that?" At 42 seconds and 56 seconds, you can hear the door slam. When my friend got here, about 20 minutes later, it stopped. He thoroughly checked every single room and closet for an intruder. When he came back to the living room, he said that there was no one in the house. I finally calmed down enough to check myself. We spent about 15 minutes examining every door in the house. There was absolutely no reason for any of them to have been slamming like that. No windows were open. We were even testing out the hinges and shit, just trying to find a rational explanation. While I was in Erin's room trying to find her cat, the thing was terrified, wedged itself behind her dresser. I was also burning incense. I'm into witchcraft, so I was beginning to do a light cleansing to get the negative energy out. My friend, who is a pretty tough dude, like he's been to jail and shit, he screamed. I ran out and he looked at me, white as a sheet. I've never seen him scared before, and he was scared. I have a poster in the living room of a band called Witchcross. It's been up for 1.5 years at least. It's the blue poster that you can see on the right in the videos. There's 2 massive push pins in each corner. Apparently, while he was sitting there, both push pins flew out of the corners and dropped to the floor. There was no breeze, nothing to knock it down. The pins just flew out. Keep in mind, I had to hammer those pins in when I put that poster up 1.5 years ago. It survived multiple house parties without falling down. I put the poster back up in the exact same spot, put the pins in the same holes, and it stayed up just fine ever since. My friend stayed with me, and the rest of the night, there were no more noises at all, even though we left the doors exactly how they were. A few days later, I messaged my old roommate. I didn't tell him what happened. I just asked if he'd ever experienced anything weird in this apartment. He said he didn't want to tell me because he didn't want to scare me, but part of the reason he moved out was because of the bad experiences he had here. This is not a superstitious guy at all. He also told me that 3 years ago, before we moved in, a girl killed herself in one of the front rooms. My roommate told me when he lived here, he had reoccurring dreams of a girl kicking in his door, jumping on him. Then, about 2 years ago, my old roommate's friend went on the roof, tried to kill himself in the little gap between the 2 front bedroom windows. So, there's definitely some bad energy here. I know this isn't proof to anyone who doesn't know me, because in order to believe this video, you'd have to take me at my word. And I'm just a stranger on the internet. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get up and get a video of the door actually slamming, but I was genuinely terrified by that time. I wish I thought to get more video, but when something like this happens, your first thought isn't, how am I going to prove this to the world? It's, what do I need to do to keep myself safe? At first, I thought someone had snuck into my house, was going to hurt me. All I could think of is what to use as a weapon. I couldn't even leave out the back door to my left because my shoes were down the hall. Sorry if you were expecting a crazier story, but this is one of the most fucked up things I've ever experienced. I've always been a bit of a skeptical believer, and if someone else posted this, I probably wouldn't believe it. I've been practicing magic for over 10 years, and I'm confident what I would like to do in this situation. I'm posting to share my experience and to see if anyone notices anything about the video or audio that I didn't notice, or has any other insights on the actual experience. Thank you. The title pretty much sums it up. Maybe haunted. For some background, our neighborhood is full of houses built in the 80s. They're not that old, but old enough for some to look abandoned. We don't live in the suburbs or anything. It's a very small neighborhood on top of a low hill, right next to a small forest. We live very close to each other, so late night parties are a no-no around here. You've got the picture now, so I'll get on with it. I've only moved once, but it was at a very young age. Our old house is right next door. Because I was so young, I'm not sure if there was any occurrences before the move or not. However, I remember a bunch while I've been living here. Just gonna start with the more regular, common ones. Only at night, I hear footsteps on the roof. They're very clear, quick footsteps, almost as if someone or something is running on the roof. My room is on the 2nd floor, so the roof is right above me. I decided to ask my father about this once, and my sister chimed in, saying she hears it too. I guess he didn't really have an explanation since he didn't even respond to my question in any way other than a chuckle. Another common thing is door handles and doors being constantly flung open and shut, up and down. I distinctively remember that our parents' room's door flung open, not a slow, creaky sound, a swing. The only people in the house were me and my sister. The dogs were with my dad's wife. Sometimes our things would be misplaced, even completely missing. Maybe that's just our minds playing tricks, but it was way too frequent. Here's the interesting part, I guess. Maybe not as interesting as you expect. It was some months ago, somewhere during October. I was home alone, which isn't that unusual for me. Parents at work, sisters at practice. The house isn't exactly new, so it makes those creepy sounds you'd hate at night. Well, it was just those sounds that made me walk out of my room. The stairs led straight to the front door, so I could see from upstairs that it was open. I yelled out for my dad or his wife, even my sister. No answer. I yelled again. Still silence. Annoyed, I make my way down the stairs, only to be shocked by the fact that nobody was in the driveway. I instantly slam the door shut and begin panicking. Was there an intruder inside? A murderer? Maybe some random homeless person. Well, the first thing my brain told me to do was run back up to my room, stay there until someone got home. I waited there, scared out of my mind that someone would be in the house. When my dad's wife came home, only 10 minutes later, I told her about it right away. She grabbed a long kitchen knife and started searching the house. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We checked everywhere. Just you name it. The closets, attic, even the chimney. Nothing. I was frantically sobbing the entire search. Up to this day, everyone swears that they locked the door after themselves. I knew they did, because I always checked after they leave. Another incident which happened way back, somewhere in the winter. As per usual, the running sound on the roof was happening again. At this point, we'd been living in the house for almost a year. I got sick of it this time, went downstairs to sleep in my parents' room. I still heard it. It just wasn't as loud. Strangely enough, it wasn't on the roof anymore. The sound was slowly making its way down to the side of the house. I freaked out, and I saw my parents doing so too. They tried to calm me down as my dad went outside to check what it might be. I fell asleep before he came back, so I'm not really sure what happened. I've tried asking him, but he won't tell me anything. I still wonder what happened that night. I'd tell you more, but right now I'm just way too tired. I know some of this might sound like some sort of silly nightmare or things I've been imagining, but we've all heard it. If anyone has an explanation for any of this, please help me out. Have I invited some sort of spirit in? Is it a demon? Or is it something completely different? I don't know. I really just wanted to get this off my chest. In 2006, I stayed overnight with a buddy at a second property his family had purchased. It was an old farm just on the outskirts of Florin Road, Watt Avenue, in Sacramento, California. My buddy's family had not moved in. He wanted to spend the night on the property to get a feel for it. The previous property owner's husband had passed away, and she sold the home for cheap. What struck me as odd was that she left all of the furniture, tons of miscellaneous personal property behind, which we discovered later had belonged to her late husband. I told my friend to get rid of all that junk because in my culture, Laotian Thai, we believed it was bad luck to hang on to a deceased person's property. The superstition being that the dead might come back and look for their property. On that particular night, I spent the night on the couch in the living room. My buddy was sleeping on the floor next to me. I could not fall asleep, but heard my buddy snoring loudly. Therefore, I knew he was in a deep sleep and did not witness the events soon to follow. As I'm slowly drifting off to sleep, I heard the closet door, located about a car length from my feet, slowly open. I knew it opened because it made this creaking noise from when the door swings on its hinges. At that point, I became fully alert, but I kept my eyes closed. I could hear my heart beating out of my chest. I was laying on my back and faced the ceiling. I slightly opened my eyes, glanced toward the closet. It was a full moon, so the living room was well lit. That's when I saw it. A black shadow coming towards me from inside the open closet. It had the silhouette of a man and stood approximately 7 feet tall, 2 feet wide. It crept towards me, and I was so scared I just closed my eyes, froze in place. I felt paralyzed, and I was on the verge of shitting and pissing myself. I kept my eyes closed, remained still for what felt like 5 minutes. Then the second half, and most scary, of the paranormal bullshit began. The blanket I'd have draped over my body slowly began pulling off my body. I could feel parts of my upper torso getting cold as the blanket pulled away from my skin, towards my feet. I felt each hair on my skin stand because it was so cold. As the blanket continued pulling away and got closer to my feet, I whispered my buddy's name multiple times, repeating, "Dennis, Dennis, wake the fuck up. Something's going on in here." Dennis eventually stopped snoring and said, "What the fuck, man? I'm trying to sleep." After that, all the paranormal stuff stopped. I wrapped multiple blankets around me and slept in the prone position for the remainder of the night. I never had a more scary paranormal experience. I also have not been back to my buddy's farm since the incident. Sometimes weird things happen, and they just can't be explained. That night still bothers me to this day. I think the event took place sometime shortly after midnight. I thought the couch I was sleeping on was my buddy's, but later discovered it was part of the property that was left behind from the previous owner. I think her late husband came back from the dead to reclaim his couch. There is a haunted church. The church campus consists of the sanctuary, the office, and an empty, decrepit house where the priests used to live. It was later used as a meeting space until it was condemned. And there was also a cemetery, with the oldest graves being those of War of 1812 soldiers. All of the buildings have stone exteriors. A priest died in that house in the late 1800s. He was old, so nothing nefarious there. But he still haunts the place, which seems odd to me, since he was a priest and obviously believed in heaven, etc. Why stick around? When I first started working there, I was in the office with a member of the congregation. They told me that on several occasions when they left the old house, turned off all the lights, they would turn around and see that the lights had been switched back on inside through the windows. I believe in the paranormal. I've had an experience myself, so I was intrigued. When I left the office that day by myself, I turned off the lights. At the last light switch, I felt almost an electrical buzz through my finger. The office itself is old, so I wouldn't have been surprised if something wasn't grounded right. Didn't think anything unusual about it. I went back to my desk to grab my things and lock the door, and the light switch I'd turned off was on. Keep in mind, this was the same day I found out about the priest. I've been asking him again to show me any sign that he's here, but he's never done anything else in the 4 years I've been working there. But, without asking, I've seen flashes of light in a dark, windowless room. I'm not sure if it was pareidolia, but I saw a man cross in front of my headlights and disappear. He had dark hair and was wearing a white shirt. I once unlocked the deadbolt on the door to the church, and when I went to turn the knob to go inside, something turned it the opposite way in my hand. This was during lockdown, so definitely no one inside. I ran. I've seen motion detector lights outside turn on by themselves, and when I've jumped in front of them, waving my hands, they never come on. I heard this one from my boss, who's a priest. The organist was practicing by themselves in the church when a pencil went flying across the room. My boss also told me that members have said that they've seen the priest looking out of the windows of the house. The decrepit house is supposed to be torn down within the next year or two. I'm not sure how or if that will affect the priest who won't leave. Maybe he finally will. I had the same nightmare every night for over 10 years. I was always running down an endless hallway, no visible doors, windows, or lights. And I knew there was something chasing me, so I just kept running. I never got tired either. A couple of months ago, the dream changed. The hallway walls fell down, and the path turned into a treadmill. So I was always running in place. Eventually, I fell down and finally saw what had been chasing me. The figure was at least 7 feet tall, pitch black, but it was also sort of shiny. Its body was very thin but round, its head shaped like a siren. It had 9 arms, with 7-inch claws for fingers, and its limbs were much smaller than its torso. I crawled backwards to get away, but it reached out, trying to grab me, and I woke up the moment its claws touched my foot. Then I found a fairly deep cut on my foot, exactly where it touched me. I definitely didn't have a cut there when I went to sleep. I work night shifts at a hotel, and I ended up talking to a nice couple who wanted to explore the property. They hadn't wanted to return to their room yet, and we happened to be discussing the paranormal. It was 2:30 a.m., and I looked behind them to see the exact thing from my nightmare walking onto the hotel property. I accidentally yelled at the sight, which caused the guests to turn their heads right as it was fading away. But they still caught a glimpse. None of us could explain it, so we let the conversation end there. They returned to their room, and I furiously checked the cameras to see if they caught what we saw, but nothing showed up. As a child, I would stay at my grandfather's house while my mother was out running errands. I usually wasn't afraid of his house unless it was late at night, but when I was 4, something happened during the day. My aunt was living there at the time, but she had left early one morning before my grandfather or I woke up. Later, my grandfather left to run some errands thinking that she was still upstairs. When I finally woke up, I called out to him. And after a few minutes, I began to panic and ran upstairs to find my aunt. That's when I saw a tall, pitch-black figure standing directly in front of her closed door. It was like a 3-dimensional humanoid shadow. It had no features and stood completely motionless. I began creeping towards it, but when I got close, I chickened out and ran back downstairs, panicking with tears in my eyes. I guess human nature kicked in and told me not to get within arm's length of something I didn't understand. My mother realized I was alone after speaking to both my aunt and grandfather, so she sped over to pick me up. I was more afraid of being in trouble for wetting the bed than I was of the shadow man upstairs. Once we were in the car, Mom asked if I went upstairs to look for my aunt. I said yes, and that a man had been standing at her door. Imagine randomly hearing that from your kid. I'm an adult now, and my mother says that when she was younger, she woke up to see 2 men talking in that hallway, but couldn't make out what they were saying. She screamed to wake up her dad, but when she turned back towards the hall, they were gone. My grandfather's house is pretty old. I think there's at least one spirit haunting his house. I haven't experienced anything else other than seeing a shadow that looked like my dog running towards my bed. But I'll never forget that tall, featureless figure. I grew up in a haunted town. When I was younger, I went to an event and I saw a neon blue orb, but it was shaped more like the dog from A Nightmare Before Christmas. I was the only one who noticed it, but it didn't feel strange or out of place. Our house was in a cul-de-sac next to a forest, and when standing at the edge of the woods, you could always hear a creaking noise. It sounded like a screen door opening and closing. Then, as I got older, It sounded more like a swinging noose. I never worked up the courage to look for the source, but it still gives me the creeps when I think about it. Several years later, when I was 17, I was on my way to get my sister from work. She got off at midnight, and there was a cemetery on the road leading to her job. On the sidewalk, there was a barefoot woman with long brown hair, wearing a white gown. It gave me chills, the way she stared at me, so I hurried away. Several months later, at midnight on New Year's Eve, my friends described seeing the exact same woman. My whole life I've felt uneasy, like I'm constantly being watched by something. It happens the worst at night or when I'm trying to go to sleep. My sisters experience it too, and it genuinely scares us, but we try to laugh it off, joking that we've been cursed. It's significantly worsened since I moved into my boyfriend's house. One day, I woke up to what sounded like someone repeatedly tapping on the wall right above my head. I sounded so distraught when I called him that he left work immediately. I've also had a few sleep paralysis experiences, which have never happened to me before this. The first time I thought I woke up to the sound of someone walking down our hallway, and then right before they would have been at our doorway, I woke up. But I was in the exact position I'd been in my dream. Then today, I thought I woke up to my boyfriend standing in the doorway with our dogs, but I quickly realized I wasn't fully awake. I tried to go back to sleep. That's when I heard my boyfriend say, "Hi, babe." But when I opened my eyes, a man with glowing yellow eyes was crouched down next to the bed, staring at me. I tried to say no a few times. Once again, I woke up in the same position as I had in my dream. I should also mention that my mental health was at an extreme low today, and I know that can make you more susceptible. What does this mean? Should I be concerned? I don't really know much about sleep paralysis. I talked to a medium about a year ago. She said my dad wanted me to visit his grave. He was deported a couple of years ago before his death and was laid to rest in Mexico. I'd always kept that thought with me, but never acted on it. A few months ago, I had the time, money, and opportunity to go visit the home he was staying in Mexico before he passed. The day before I left to Mexico, I stopped by the home that he had in the U.S., where I lived with him for 10 years. The place was filled with butterflies, specifically the tree he used to sit under and we dedicated to him after he passed. My mom still lives on the property, said she visits the tree routinely, that it had never been like that, even when my dad would spend summers under it. I'd secretly hoped it was a sign. I only remembered the medium after I watched Jim Parson tell Tyler Henry that when he canceled his reading, a bunch of hummingbirds and butterflies showed up on his property. Does anyone have any theories? I'm big on the earth recycling our soul's energy. I'd like to think that it's just their spirit's way of acknowledging us in the only form that they can. Last week, I was visited by a little blonde boy with blue eyes while sleeping. In a dream, I was in the bathroom downstairs and suddenly saw him peeking from the hallway. I jumped, overwhelmed by fear. Subconsciously, I knew that he was dead as hell. This was some kind of lucid dream. Everything was so vivid and real, but also felt like a normal one. Though I've had lucid dreams before, and I just can't put this into a category. I don't know what it is. Anyway, sometime later, I got to the boy to try to talk to him, but that's when I woke up. I think he said something, but it was blurry. felt like I was being pulled away. My sibling has mentioned that he's seen a boy in our home before. I've asked her about it. She described to me his exact appearance. Small kid, bowl cut, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a blue shirt. Strange thing is, I've been visited by a young girl around the same age who's also blonde and has blue eyes. She had pigtails and a dress on. Both could be the same height. So, I'm not quite sure if a ghost can even do that. My mother, who's a mini medium, said it was a spirit, but refused to elaborate. There are no deaths in my family, not that I'm aware of, especially not two blonde kids. Perhaps they are siblings. Can't find any news articles about a murder in town, nothing that involves two children. I don't know where else to put this right now. I'm so spooked. I hate this, whatever it may be. So since I moved into my current home, myself and my housemates have been hearing this very high-pitched whistling sound. It's coming from the house next door. This house is completely abandoned, boarded up as a fire blazed through it a few years ago. When we first moved in, my housemate mentioned it and said, "Did anyone hear that whistling last night?" I've been living here nearly a year now, and I hear it almost daily. But recently, it's been getting progressively worse. It's getting louder, longer, and much weirder sounding. First, it was a small whistle. Now, it's a long, aggressive whistle. Catches me off guard all the time. I just heard it about 20 minutes ago. I normally hear it at night when I'm in the kitchen, but occasionally I hear it during the day, but it doesn't sound as scary. I really hope that it's just wind flowing through an empty house, because that whistling sound has me feeling like a 5-year-old hiding under the blankets. I would post a video, but it's hard to catch since it happens randomly and doesn't last long enough for me to whip out the phone. But if I happen to catch it, I'll definitely post in the comments. My family home was built in the 1960s by my grandparents, and I believe it's been haunted by several different paranormal entities. My parents and I slept on the second floor, while my sister and grandparents slept on the first. Their experiences I'm going to share began 15 years ago. My older sister was the first one to be noticeably affected. She suddenly began having sleep paralysis all the time. I know that isn't scientifically related to the paranormal, but my country's folklore relates them to a specific entity known as a dark man, for lack of a better translation. Some might call it a sleep paralysis demon, and it's often thought of as an evil, mischievous spirit. At first, we thought nothing of my sister's experiences, but then they became so frequent that it began to worry us all. Soon, more things started happening. She would wake up in the middle of the night to feel something invisible pulling her hair. She would freak out and call for Grandma, who always came running with a bottle of holy water. After spraying it around the room, they prayed together. On a different occasion, whatever was playing with her hair also breathed on her face, which freaked her out even more. Once, my mom, my sister, and I were watching TV when my sister suddenly shifted into a state of sleep paralysis while fully awake. It took a few seconds for Mom and I to realize what was happening. She was shaking, with her eyes open, struggling to make a sound. When she finally woke up, she let out a blood-curdling scream, crying and yelling, "It got me! Why didn't you help?" She was visibly shaken and pale. Grandma arrived with her usual remedy, and even my father walked out of the bedroom, totally freaked out by her screams. Grandma remembered that if someone needed protection from the dark man, A piece of their family's clothing had to be placed on them, like a shield. So, we tied Dad's belt around her wrist, and she went to sleep in my room. Still frightened, she asked me to get her a glass of water. I did, and as I approached my door on the way back, the plastic cup of water practically exploded in my hand. Splitting on all sides, water was bursting out of my hand. Mom immediately came over. Everyone had seen, and they were shocked, speechless. At first, Dad thought I had just dropped the cup, but it was torn in perfectly straight lines, all the way around, almost as if someone had cut it with a scalpel. Needless to say, no one slept much that night. After that, my mother and I began experiencing sleep paralysis. She only had it a couple of times, but I still have them to this day. Nightly noises also started to occur. It was different from house settling. This sounds like moving chairs, clanking dishware. It mainly happened on the second floor, especially when we weren't home. Grandma once searched the second floor for a burglar when she heard someone open my parents' wardrobe, but no one was there. These incidents prompted my sister to visit our local priest. After explaining the situation, the priest concluded that a lost spirit was inhabiting our home and reaching out to my sister, wanting to be known. My sister was relieved to know that the spirit meant no harm. She even named it Samuel. Now, it was time to figure out what the hell Samuel actually was. The first theory concerns my grandma as a little girl. On her way home from school, she would pass through a cemetery. One day, she saw pretty flowers on a grave and brought them home without telling anyone. That very night, she woke up to an invisible force grabbing her leg and trying to drag her out of bed. She knew it was something that wanted its flowers back. She woke her parents up, and her mother said the same thing. They returned the flowers the next morning, and she never took anything from a graveyard ever again. But it's possible the entity remained attached to her all this time. The second theory, we thought Samuel might be Grandma's father, who I never met. Before he died, he told Grandma, "If you hear something in the attic when I'm gone, know that it's me." Coincidentally, the attic eventually became the second floor of the house, where most of the incidents happened. It's also worth noting that my sister and I shared my room before she moved downstairs, so it might be connected somehow. Other incidents soon followed. Mom once felt a strong force press on her upper body when she was almost asleep. She asked Dad to move his arm, thinking it was him. But after she got no response, she complained that it was hard to breathe. Eventually, she cried out and yelled for him to stop. That's when she finally realized he was facing away from her. He woke up confused as to why she was screaming. This one still frightens me to this day. One night, I was up very late, playing PlayStation 2. And when I finally did go to bed, I forgot to turn off the console while my LED joystick was plugged in. I woke up in the middle of the night, and the TV was off, but the joystick was glowing. I couldn't stand sleeping in the dark with everything that was going on. I looked at the console, and suddenly, the goddamn joystick unplugged itself, instantly plunging the room into total darkness and panic. I ran to the light switch and left it on for the rest of the night. Not long after, I was watching some late-night TV in the living room. The stairs are also in the living room. In total darkness, I heard footsteps going up the stairs and called out to my sister, thinking it was her. But there was no response. Then I realized there was no way my sister would go up the stairs without turning on the light. She's almost 30 now, and she still sleeps with a light on. I sat up, listening to each footstep as it drew closer to the top of the stairs. Finally, I heard someone step on the metal floor strip at the top of the stairs. I ran to my parents' bedroom, frantically screaming. I slept in their room for the rest of the night. The most bizarre thing happened in broad daylight, and it's truly unexplainable. My grandparents, sister, and I were all heading next door to my aunt's house for the afternoon. My grandparents went before us since I was still doing something, and my sister was in the bathroom. It was a thing in our family that the last person to leave the house locks it up before going. I was ready to leave before my sister, and she said that she wouldn't be far behind. She tried to come out, maybe a minute later, but the goddamn house was locked from the inside. No one else was home, and I didn't do it either. She ran out and told me what happened. We checked the locks, tried to recreate the situation, but it was impossible. The key had to be turned 6 times for the door to be locked. This was the last major thing from the beginning of our time in that house. It was followed by mostly noises, which we eventually learned to live with. My sister accepted Samuel, and no more incidents happened for a long time. At first, we didn't say a word of this to anyone outside of family and friends. But after some time had passed, I told my classmates about it, and 2 of them stayed overnight at my birthday party. My sister knew they only wanted to see something firsthand, so she tried to prank us by knocking on my door late at night. My friends were scared shitless, so my sister told them that it was just a joke. But a couple of hours later, my friend woke me up to say that something was knocking again. I opened the door, but nobody was there this time. My friend kept asking what the hell happened, but I didn't have an answer. Needless to say, he never slept over again. Well, that's really it. After we accepted things for how they were, the activity calmed down for a couple of years, and the noises became less frequent. A few years ago, some other things started happening, but let's just say they were different, and we'll leave those for another post. I've just had the worst Christmas of my life. I'd like to forget the whole week entirely. Growing up, I didn't have a close relationship with my father. His job kept him away, and things only got worse at age 10 when he divorced my mom. It was rocky between us until I turned 16 and got my license. That's when I started seeing him more often, and we became closer. By the time I was 18, we were going on hunting and fishing trips, and that's when I learned Mom hadn't been completely honest about Dad. Several years before the divorce, they bought an old farmhouse for a very good price, and my dad remodeled it over the years. It was nice, but there was always a feeling that something wasn't quite right. As a child, I would get the creeps. I refused to go into the cellar. It scared the hell out of me. Years later, I learned why they got the house at such a good price. The previous owners were an elderly couple that had lost their only son. He had been sent to Vietnam, and after returning home, things became too much for the poor guy. He shot himself in the cellar. 2 years ago, Dad and I had a falling out. We weren't speaking for a while. We were both being stupid, but I eventually began working up the courage to stop by and knock on his door. The problem was that he developed some mental issues with his old age, so he didn't always remember who people were. Plus, he had a history of coming to the door with a gun. On December 22nd, 2022, I decided to finally man up and put an end to the madness. For this next part, you'll need to know that he remarried, and he had a daughter back in 1989. I never had a relationship with them, but I always thought my stepmom was a good person. As I drove to his house, something felt heavy and oppressively dark, but I thought it was just my nerves. Then the house came into view, and I got a really bad feeling. There were no cars in the driveway. Everything looked abandoned. When I knocked on the door, there was no response, but I felt like someone was watching. I walked around the patio doors, where I was able to look inside, and my stomach fell out of me. It was empty. The interior entirely gutted. I got inside and took a video to document the conditions, and that's when I realized my father was dead. I could hear a voice saying I was too late. Of course, I was totally devastated and half out of my mind. I went through the entire house until I finally found myself at the cellar steps. Under any other circumstances, I would have never gone down there, especially not when I was alone and nobody knew where I was. But it felt like something was pulling me into the darkness. The electricity had been shut off, and my phone was the only source of light. I started down the steps, and I wasn't even afraid until I reached the bottom and turned left. Something hit me so hard that I had to gasp for air just to get it into my lungs. My fear instantly shot from 0 to 10, and on the phone, I saw several bright orbs coming at me. They stopped directly in front of me for several seconds before shooting off into the darkness. After that, more solid orbs and anomalies began swarming me. There was no open doors or windows or fans, but it was colder inside than outside, which was 30 degrees. I heard whispers that made me think someone had walked into the house, and I confronted whatever was in the cellar. It responded with a very loud banging, at which point I decided to go back upstairs. The banging continued, so I yelled that I wasn't afraid anymore and that I would be back. I went outside and the new owner pulled up. He'd taken possession of the house from my stepmom on December 8th, and this stranger was kind enough to inform me that my father died of cancer several months prior. My stepmom didn't tell anyone, not even his own sisters. She sold everything he owned before selling the house, and now she's just gone, along with her daughter. The realtor said she refused to put a for sale sign on the property. I think whatever is in that house harassed my father and influenced many of the events that took place. Since being in there, things have started happening at my house, so I'm trying to document everything. 3 years ago, 2 different psychics said that I have an attachment from my childhood home. They felt it had influenced or tried to influence someone to take their own life, and they were absolutely correct. Yesterday on the way home, I checked the countryside roads on Google Maps looking for any cemeteries I wasn't aware of. It's something I do often. I enjoy walking around and recording, just to see if I catch anything. I found one on a narrow side road, but when I got there, I saw that it was on private property. It was also a 10-minute walk through a field just to get to it. Not wanting to upset the owner, I went to the house next door, down a long gravel lane. As I got closer, it became obvious the house was not being lived in. It was a huge 2-story farmhouse that was probably quite beautiful once upon a time. I knocked on the door anyway. I've seen people live in worse conditions, so I at least wanted to make the effort. This place was unkept, and it looked pretty creepy. All the windows had tattered curtains, and a few were broken. I opened the screen door, and when I knocked, it swung open. It looked like the previous owners had moved out quickly, several years ago. The house was still full of furniture. Clothes were laying on the floor. The kitchen table was still there, I stepped inside, phone recording, and I called out several times, already knowing the place was empty. Within 45 seconds, I was hit full on with a blast of very cold air. Felt like being outside on a winter night with only a pair of shorts on. It was 60 degrees outside and warm inside, but this cold air was slowly moving up my lower legs. As this happened, I felt a horrible stinging sensation in my left leg, just above the ankle, like several fire ants were biting me. Out loud, I asked if something was doing that, to please stop. I had to repeat it several times and explain that I wasn't there to do anything to the house before the burning finally ceased. But the cold air remained. I never went further into the house. I asked the usual questions while panning the camera around, and just as I went to leave, I saw a misty apparition cross the room from right to left. I'd got it on video, too. I was alone and wasn't smoking. There was no fog inside, and the house is 900 feet from the road, so it wasn't a reflection. The apparition immediately gave me a dark, ominous feeling. It definitely wasn't friendly or welcoming. I've visited many cemeteries and other haunted places over the years, but I've never witnessed anything like this. I'm somewhat of a skeptic. I always try to debunk everything, but this one has me speechless. I'll definitely be locating the owner and attempting to get permission for an investigation. I'm a 26-year-old female who's fascinated by the paranormal, but I didn't always believe in it. I was open to the idea, but didn't put much stock into it. Over the years, that's drastically changed. When my wife and I were newlyweds, we were best friends with another couple. We would travel together, go on double dates. One day, they went out of town, and we agreed to watch their animals. They had a cat, a bearded dragon, a red iguana, and 2 rats. Since I worked near their home, I'd go over in the morning, during my lunch hour, and again in the evening. I was usually alone for the morning and afternoon visits, and my wife would join me for the evening visit. One day during the afternoon visit, I purposely left the lights off because there was enough natural light to see fairly well without them, and I wanted to save a little on their electric bill. I did not touch the lights. After checking on the animals, I returned to work. When my wife and I came back that evening, the outside entryway and hallway lights were both on. I told my wife I was 100% sure I hadn't done it. She thought that someone from their HOA or a relative had stopped by. Or someone had noticed they were out of town and broke in. We each put a car key between our knuckles and entered the house. It was eerily quiet. I couldn't hear any of the animals, and the air felt stale. I could have choked on it. We slowly made our way through the house, looking for any sign of disturbance, and every single light was on. But nothing was out of place. We both relaxed somewhat. I began gaslighting myself into believing that I had somehow turned on all of the lights. Suddenly, a loud thud came from the reptile room, the one that we had just left, and it was so loud that the house shook. We threw open the door, but nothing had moved, not even an inch. The only thing that had changed was the bearded dragon. Its large enclosure was on the floor and had a sliding glass door in front of it. The dragon, who had been peacefully resting just a minute before, was now rhythmically tapping his nose against the glass, over and over again. It was almost robotic. I stared in disbelief. I'd never seen an animal behave like that. I walked to the enclosure, gently sliding the glass door open, and the dragon continued to tap on the glass that wasn't there before its beard suddenly went pitch black. Then it scrambled out of the enclosure and straight for the exit. Luckily, my wife was able to close the door in time, but once he reached it, he started tapping on it in the same pattern that he had been doing on the glass. Suddenly, on the other side of the door, we heard another, even louder thud, followed immediately by the cat screaming. It was horrible, but I didn't have time to react before we heard clanging and clattering in the other enclosures behind us. The iguana was wildly whipping its tail against the sides and hissing. It was terrifying. I quickly returned the dragon to its enclosure, and he immediately resumed tapping. My wife grabbed the doorknob. I'll never forget the fear and disbelief in her voice when she said that it wouldn't open. I rushed over and started yanking as hard as I could, but the knob wouldn't even turn. It wasn't broken. It felt like someone was holding it from the other side. I banged on it, screaming as true panic set in. My head was fuzzy, my chest was tight, and I thought I would pass out. Then it suddenly all stopped. The cat fell silent. The iguana stopped whipping. The dragon stopped tapping, and the door opened easily. When we left that room, the rest of the lights were now off. My wife and I bolted outside and remained silent the whole way home. The next day, I'd almost convinced myself that it was a fluke, that the animals had upset each other. When I told my friend about the weird experience, she replied, "Oh, I forgot to mention we've had a lot of activity lately." "What do you mean by activity?" I asked. She then explained that the former owner, an elderly man, had passed away in the home after owning it for 40 years. Ever since they started the renovations, she'd been seeing a male figure in the corners or at the bottom of the stairs. He would rile up the animals and mess with the lights, but he'd never been violent. Only mischievous, as he was upset about the renovations. After that, I reevaluated my outlook on the paranormal, and now I sure as hell believe. In 2015, I had a baby, and I think something bad followed us home from the hospital. Either that or something was attached to my ex, because he also moved in around that time. He was a dark person who found demons interesting, and he was going through an addiction, so I wouldn't be surprised if he brought it. Soon after giving birth, I noticed a presence in the bedroom while we were staying at my parents' house. My boyfriend also heard a woman singing in there and thought that it was my grandma's ghost. It was her old room. Then I started having nightmares about a tall, bony woman with long, stringy hair. I strongly felt her presence in that room, and I'd see her the moment I closed my eyes. Before the baby, the room felt totally normal, but I became so frightened of it that I began avoiding it entirely until bedtime. Every time I opened the door, I expected to see her. I felt crazy, so I didn't tell anyone. But then, my ex woke up with scratches all over his chest and back after a nightmare about a demonic woman. He described the exact same figure I was dreaming about. The only choice was to continue avoiding the room during the day and dealing with the creepy feelings at night. But after the relationship ended, the nightmares subsided. One night, I stayed up all night cleaning and reorganizing the living room while my daughter and my parents were asleep upstairs. At 3 a.m., I heard a woman singing in the bedroom. I thought it was Mom, but she was asleep. and my daughter had no toys that sang that. We moved out a few years later, and there were no more encounters. I mostly forgot about the scary woman until last year. I had a dream about her. My husband was away on business, so my daughter slept with me. In the dream, I was laying with her exactly the same way, except we were in the bedroom from my parents' house. I was facing the closet, and the lady was standing there, just looking at us. Then I fell asleep in the dream, only to wake up in another, where I became semi-lucid. I knew I was dreaming, but something felt off, and I was uncomfortable. I shouted, "I want to wake up." But I only woke up in that room again, and the woman was still standing there, staring at my daughter. And that's when I actually woke up to my daughter crying and shaking me, asking, "Is she real?" My stomach dropped. I asked, "Is who real?" To which she eventually replied, "The lady in the bedroom at Mimi's house." Now, I'm wide awake and terrified. I asked what the lady looked like. She described the same one, except she said the woman had wheels instead of legs. I asked if she'd ever seen that lady at Mimi's house before, but she didn't know, because she wasn't sure if those instances were dreams or reality. My daughter scares easily, so I said I didn't think the woman was real. I feel like it would be best for her to forget. Thankfully, we haven't had any more dreams since. In 2013, I moved into a new 3-house complex with my parents. I had a Siberian Husky, the goodest of boys, who spent his nights in the backyard, and my bedroom was above the garage, which was connected to the backyard. On our second night there, my parents were sleeping in their room. I heard my dog barking at 11:30. When he wouldn't stop, I got a little concerned, decided to check things out. He was getting older by then. His behavior wasn't always normal. He was very agitated, and it was a struggle to calm him down, but I eventually got him settled. I then went to wash my hands in the bathroom, and I felt someone touch my right shoulder, and a female voice asked, "Why did you take the dog away?" At first, I thought it was my mom. I told her that he would have kept the neighbors awake if I didn't, but then I realized it couldn't have been her, because she was still in bed, and I immediately ran upstairs to confirm both of my parents were in fact asleep. A couple of days later, our neighbor came to introduce themselves. She was clearly distressed. After asking what was going on, she informed us that only 2 days before our arrival, her nanny had committed suicide inside her house. The cherry on top, she was worried that her youngest child would make a comment about still seeing her around the house. I personally believe it was the nanny's restless spirit that spoke to me that day. But it's never happened again. I have several vivid memories from my early childhood, and at age 5, I began having terrible nightmares. I couldn't wake up from them, and I would think they were real for days. I still have night terrors like this where I wake up deeply disturbed, screaming, covered in new scratches and bruises. When I was 6, my 2 best friends moved away, and that's my last real memory before falling asleep and waking up at age 10. The alternate life and reality, they're very similar in many ways, but there were enough differences and scattered memories to be noticeable. I remember things that supposedly never happened, and I have no memory of things that did. For example, I remember babysitting the neighbor's kids for 30 minutes when I was 8. But after waking up 4 years later, the kids were the same age, yet I didn't babysit them until I was 11. When it finally did happen, I knew exactly what was going to happen because I'd already done it. I've always kept a journal. I remember writing about going to the plains, watching the fireworks for New Year's Eve, but the actual diary didn't say what we did. When I asked my mom, she said we stayed in our neighborhood that year. There are pictures of my sister and I at 2 of the Niagara Falls kids exhibits. I remember the glass factory and the outfit I'm wearing, but not the science factory. It doesn't even seem familiar. It's definitely a picture of me, just not the way I remember myself. I know it's normal for kids to forget things, but 15 years later, I still don't recognize myself. It was like I fell asleep, lived a different life for 4 years, went back to sleep, and woke up in another alternate life. It really shook me up. I felt like I was seeing the world through a filter. Colors were slightly different. People looked different. I felt shorter, and my emotions felt different. They were much stronger. My personality completely changed. I became withdrawn, depressed, had constant panic attacks, and overreacted to seemingly small things. My mom also agrees that my personality changed a lot around the age of 10. A sense of identity doesn't really develop until around that age, so it's possible that factors into this. As an adult, I've been diagnosed as bipolar with psychosis, borderline personality disorder, both of which feature symptoms of dissociation, depersonalization, and derealization. I don't have a dissociative disorder, so I'm pretty sure all of this was the beginning of a psychotic break, but that really doesn't make it any less weird. I believe in the paranormal to some extent, and it does scare me, but I usually get over it quickly. I've had a couple of experiences in the past, but this one, it's just plain weird. A couple of hours ago, I was in my room, drawing on my new tablet. My little sister came in and said that a cat was meowing loudly in the backyard. We see a lot of strays around, so that wasn't unusual, but most of the cats are fully grown and don't meow. My sister and I went into the kitchen, looked through the sliding glass door, but we didn't see anything. I returned to drawing, and a couple of minutes later, my sister was back. She said the cat was meowing again, so I agreed to take another look, but still, there was nothing. Most of the cats we see are white and easy to spot in the dark, but we also have a light in the backyard, and so do our neighbors. It wouldn't be hard to see a cat if it was there. This time, I sat on one of the kitchen chairs, and I waited with my sister for almost 10 minutes, but nothing happened, so we left. I was drawing in my room, and about 10 minutes ago, I suddenly heard meowing. It sort of sounded like a cat, but it also didn't. It was definitely how a cat meows, but the tone was deep and just altogether strange. My body became tense. I started sweating a little. My room, it's on the opposite side of the house. I shouldn't be able to hear a cat in the backyard. What really got me was how the meowing seemed to come from directly behind me. It only lasted for about 30 seconds, and I didn't have the courage to turn around until it had stopped. Now, I'm laying in bed, hearing strange noises in every direction. Update. My closet doors are crooked. The bottom closes tight while leaving a small crack at the top. The gap was on the right side, but it somehow switched to the left. I certainly didn't move it, and nobody else has entered my room since my sister, who was never near the closet. In the 3rd grade, I had an experience where I lost a chunk of time. 4 months later, things were mostly back to normal, except I started having trouble sleeping. Sometimes I would just lay there, wide awake for up to 6 hours, and it eventually wore me down. My parents took me to a doctor, who said the issue was probably related to scary movies and late-night TV, which was obviously not the case. I wasn't even allowed to watch that kind of stuff. Regardless, my parents became even more strict with screen time, and I was given herbal tea before bed. Minimizing my screen time was one of the most frustrating things I experienced in my adolescence, so when my family went to sleep, I snuck in the living room. I was too afraid to turn on the TV, so I looked out the window instead. I usually didn't see anything exciting, but one evening, I saw my dad's best friend, Tony, standing on the sidewalk right outside of our apartment. It seemed very odd, like he was waiting for me. As soon as I pulled the curtain back, he was staring directly at me, smiling and waving. He was one of the first friends my parents met when they came to America, so I always knew him as Uncle Tony. He would usually slip me $20 when he came to visit, so I always made sure to greet him first. I gestured for him to come upstairs, and the moment I turned to unlock the door, there was a faint knock, so I quickly opened it. I invited him inside and offered to wake my dad as I brought an extra chair from the kitchen. Tony walked in, smiling, and I hurried to my parents' room. They were already sitting up asking if I opened the front door, to which I proudly announced that Uncle Tony was here. Dad ran to the living room to find the door open and the kitchen chair in the middle of the room. He was furious, and he wanted answers, but I thought Tony had just gone downstairs to get something. After confirming that wasn't the case, Dad locked up and sent me to bed. I was so confused. I didn't know if I'd been dreaming or sleepwalking, but I knew better than to argue with Dad right then. I woke up at 10 in the morning, hoping Dad would leave for work before I had to face him, but I could hear my parents talking. Mom was crying, and Dad was on the phone. I came out of my room. Mom called me into the living room. She asked if I really saw Uncle Tony the previous night. Her eyes were red and puffy. When I said yes, she looked at my father in pure astonishment. Dad sat next to me and explained that Uncle Tony couldn't have been here because he passed away in a car accident on his way home from Tijuana. I burst into tears for many reasons. Even as I write this, my throat tightens because I loved him. He was like family. My parents gave me a look that was very sad, serious, and a little frightened all at the same time. And they said, if I see Tony again, to tell him we all love him and miss him. I never did see him again, but I think about him often. I did, however, realize that if I could see Uncle Tony, I might be able to see other spirits as well. I don't believe in heaven or hell, but I do believe there is an existence after this one. And all these years later, I'm still discovering new things. Of the many encounters I've had since, some entities were innocuous, and some were absolutely horrifying. This was one of the strangest investigations of my career as a paranormal investigator. I was contacted by a middle-aged couple regarding problems with a car overriding the operator's driving commands. The car was recently given to their son by the parents of a deceased teen. The deceased person was actually their son's best friend, who was killed in a vehicle accident. when the two had exchanged cars for the night. Their son had had a new Jeep Cherokee that his friend wanted to use to go on a date. While on said date, the friend was involved in an accident with a drunk driver and perished. The deceased boy's parents signed over the title of his Toyota pickup, both as a general gift and to replace his vehicle that was totaled in the wreck. I investigated the car with the help of a Toyota mechanic. He checked all systems, including the computer, braking, engine, and all sensors. Nothing was found. I drove the truck for 2 days on my normal daily routine with my DVR, EMF reader, camcorder, and dash cam running. No evidence collected. I returned the vehicle with my findings that I did not believe the vehicle was haunted. 6 weeks later, I was contacted again by the couple. The father was using the truck when suddenly the vehicle made an abrupt right turn, locked up the brakes, and went into a ditch. At the same time, a car driven by a drunk driver entered the road from a side street without stopping and proceeded to slam into a tree. All of this was witnessed by a sheriff who just so happened to be nearby, running radar. The drunk driver sustained minor injuries, and the father was unhurt. I was provided with the sheriff's number and asked to call him. When I called and told him what I was calling in reference to, he was happy to share not only a reading of the report he filed, but information that he said he could not include in the report. His report stated that while conducting normal duties, he witnessed a Mustang run a stop sign at speed and turn into the road, fishtailing, tires squealing. Almost immediately, it left the road and slammed head-on into a tree at approximately 45 miles per hour. He checked the accident victim and found him unconscious with minor trauma to the forehead. There was an open bottle of vodka spilling on the passenger seat. Then, the sheriff's statement not included in the report. I was parked facing an oncoming pickup truck when I witnessed its brakes lock up and make a sharp right turn into the ditch. My initial thought was that it was a stolen vehicle. The driver panicked when he saw me. Before I could react, the Mustang entered from a side road about 55 feet in front of me and turned towards the pickup, which had entered the ditch about 200 feet before it would have reached the side road. The driver of the pickup could not have seen the Mustang's approach due to trees and brush obscuring his line of sight. If he had not turned into that ditch, there would have been an unavoidable impact between the two vehicles. How he knew to react the way he did is beyond me. The driver's statement to me was that he did not perform the action. The truck did it by itself. When I was a child, I had 2 separate experiences that may have been supernatural or may have simply been my mind playing tricks on me. However, when I was 18 or 19, I experienced something that was definitely supernatural. On the southern tip of Staten Island, there lies a conference house and its surrounding park. Up until the early 2000s, there was about half a dozen houses on Parks Department grounds. They were vacated, demolished, so that they could make walking trails and such. An ex-girlfriend of mine has lived in one of those houses with her mother and sisters. When I would spend the night, I would share a pull-out bed with her in the living room. However, there was one night where it was particularly hot, so we went upstairs and slept in her sister's bedroom since it was cooler in there, and they wouldn't be home that night. For whatever reason, I couldn't sleep comfortably that night. I would wake up and just look towards the window across the room. Around the 3rd time I woke up, I saw something standing between the bed and the window, nearer to the window. I was told that this house was haunted, and in the 1.5 years since I'd started hanging out there, with my ex and her sisters, I'd never seen anything. So this one night, I see standing near the window a silhouette of a human figure. It was just standing there. Even though the room was dark, there was still enough moonlight illuminating the room. Yet what I saw was pitch black. I'm talking as black can be. I definitely was not able to make out any facial distinctions. It was like devoid of anything human. It was really just a black silhouette, and it was terrifying. After staring at this entity for what seemed like forever, or just 3 seconds, I woke up my then girlfriend. I asked if she was seeing what I was seeing, and she did. I asked quickly what we should do. She said that we should go downstairs, to which all I could say was, okay. Luckily, the door to the hallway was about 2 feet away from the bed on her side. After she got up, I quickly followed. Instead of getting up on my side, which would have placed me between the foot of the bed and the entity, I rolled across the bed and hurried my way out, never looking back. That was the one and only time I ever experienced anything in that house, but that moment has stayed with me for nearly 20 years. Even though those houses were demolished in the early 2000s, I don't dare walk down that block at night. I'm an 18-year-old female. My mother-in-law is 39. One afternoon, we had a terrifying paranormal experience while her fiancé and mine were both at work. After laying my 2-year-old down for a nap, I went to my mother-in-law's room for a chat. She was sitting on the bed, and I was leaning against her closet with one foot on the bed. As the conversation went on, we both suddenly went still and quiet. It sounded like someone was moving inside the closet, and there was a knock on the door. My mother-in-law shot up, told me to keep holding the door shut while she retrieved a hammer and some nails. Then, she nailed the door shut, shoved a chair under the knob. Afterward, I looked under the door, and I saw that items inside the closet had been moved, and then I saw shadows. We called a neighbor to see when she would be home so that I could stay with my daughter. My mother-in-law and I tried to spend the hour's wait in the living room, but 5 minutes later, we heard someone ramming into the closet door, like they were trying to escape. We quickly picked up my daughter and ran next door while my mother-in-law called the police. Less than 10 minutes later, 4 cruisers arrived. 2 cops entered through the back door, while others went through the front. Roughly 15 minutes later, all the cops came out and said that they heard the same noises before they even entered the room. But when they opened the closet, no one was inside. He was positive we had a haunting. Suggested we should get a priest instead. I apologized for wasting their time, but they said it was better to be safe than sorry. They had also thought someone was inside when they heard the noises. At least I know we didn't just imagine it. But what do you think? Could it have been a ghost? What other explanation is there? My mom's side of the family lived in another town about 7 hours away. We would visit from time to time. My aunt's houses were always haunted. Strange things would always happen, and ghosts were seen a lot. Well, this time she lived at a ranch in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest town. When I was around 8 or 9 years old, my mom's mom passed away. We went to stay at my aunt's house to visit and later to go to the funeral. While we were visiting the first night, my older brother and cousins stayed up in the kitchen cooking and talking. My mom, dad, and I were in the far bedroom down the hall from the kitchen. I was watching TV and my parents were falling asleep. My brother called me into the kitchen, asked if I wanted a corn on the cob. I said no, and he asked to ask my mom if she wanted one. I walked back into the room and asked my mom. She said no. I went back into the hallway, told my brother, no, she didn't want corn. But he just stared at me with huge eyes wide open and said, okay. I didn't think much of it, just that it was weird how he looked at me. The next day, me and my brother drove to town to get something to eat. That's when he told me, when I asked my mom if she wanted corn. He said he saw a woman standing behind me, that she followed me into the room. He thought it was my mom at first, but the woman just vanished. I told him Mom and Dad were laying in bed when that happened. That's why he was looking at me weird, but didn't want to tell me that night because I would be scared. We ended up getting a hotel the next night, and we didn't stay at my aunt's again. My brother was too freaked out. I've had lots of paranormal experiences at my own childhood home as well. I'll post more in the future. I grew up in a small town in Texas and lived in a house with my sister and parents. My parents weren't right for each other, and they would divorce when I was 8 years old. In the same year they divorced, something would happen to me in that house that I'll never forget. I've never been as frightened as I was that night. This is what I experienced. First off, the layout of my room. I had bunk beds as a kid. Why? I don't know. The bottom bunk was always empty. Never had any bedding on it except for that plastic mattress cover you'd put on kids' beds in case they wet the bed. Anyway, when you walked into my room, there was a wall in front of you, and the square room opened up to your right. In the opposite corner from the door was my bed. The bed was elevated, laying perpendicular to the bottom bed. The foot of the bottom bunk stuck out, about 4 feet past the top. There was a ladder directly to the right of the bottom bed to climb up to the top as well. The bed was made of real wood and was known to creak a lot, even when the temperature in the room would change due to AC or heat. I also had a glowworm nightlight that was plugged in about a foot from the door. It was a dim light, but there was enough light for me to see if I needed to go to the restroom. Initially, the bed creaking would scare me, but I got used to it over time. On this night, I'm lying awake in my bed, listening to my parents have an argument. Nearing the end of their marriage, they were arguing rather loudly and longer than usual. The bed had creaked a few times as the AC began to cool the room down, but I wasn't fazed until I heard a different sound, a deep, weighted, familiar sound. Familiar because it was the sound the ladder would make when I would step on it. A lot different tone than when the ladder would settle. I was initially startled, but I gave myself a pep talk about how I wasn't a baby anymore. I shouldn't be scared of noises at night. I was able to calm my nerves until I heard the exact same sound again, and then again, in a rhythm, as if someone was walking up the ladder. With each step that was taken, I became increasingly more anxious. By the fourth footstep, I'd sunk into my mattress, clenching the sheets with my hands. I was petrified. Okay, someone is definitely walking up my ladder, I thought. Like children do, I determined, on the count of 3, I was going to quickly lean over the side of the bed to see what it was. You know, because I was going to scare whoever it was. 1, 2, 2.5, 3. I jerked to my left and leaned over the side of the railing to surprise this mystery person. There was nothing there, just an empty wooden ladder. I shook the ladder, assuming it was just the wood settling, making sure all of its creaks were out. There, I thought, assuming I'd fix the issue all by myself, like a big boy. As I lay there, recounting what had happened, I thought, no, I know what I heard, and it was not normal sounds. I'm not being a scaredy cat. I was glued to my bed, afraid to move. Something is in here with me, I whispered. My parents were still arguing. I decided to focus on what they were saying and not what was happening in my room, just to ignore and avoid it. As if this presence was not to be ignored, I heard another sound. Another heavy, distinct sound. The sound of someone standing, laying, or otherwise putting their weight on the bottom bed. The box springs on these beds were old enough to make the sound that they were wearing out. And because they lay on these wooden frames, the sound was magnified. And that plastic cover. There was zero doubt about this sound. I know what I heard. There was no mistaking it or kidsplaining this one. This time I apprehensively leaned to my left to peek over the side of the railing, staying as close to the mattress as possible. Normally, if I looked over the side onto the bottom bed, the nightlight would illuminate the plastic cover, enough to see that it was a white opaque, no other colors or shades present, just uniformly white. If there was something left on the bed, the nightlight would cast a shadow from the object across part of the mattress. When I peeked over the side of the railing to investigate what I heard, I could see that the mattress cover was all white, except for two large dark spots, two shadows, right next to each other. Yet no clothes or toys were on the bed. These two shadows were distinctively shaped. They were footprints. You could see the mattress cover sunk into the mattress, clearly, with ripples, creases in the cover where it was being stretched. There was absolutely no confusing what I was looking at with any other explanation. I came unglued. I jumped back as far into the corner of the bed as possible, up against the wall in the far corner of my room. Knees tucked into my chest, arms holding my knees. I started screaming at the top of my lungs. Mom! Mom! I was shaking in terror. Within seconds, my parents had ended their argument, burst in the door, and flipped the light switch on. They kept asking me what happened, but I wouldn't say. Was it listening? Would it come back to get me if I told? I said nothing about what happened, continued to cry and shake uncontrollably. I slept in their bed for the rest of the night. The next morning, they asked me again what had happened. I explained that I had just wanted them to stop fighting, fearing whatever it was would come back for me. I've never been more scared in my entire life. I'll be 40 this year. It was so real. There was no mistaking what I saw and heard. Had there been any explanation for what happened, I surely would have just forgotten about it. Years later, in my 20s, I asked my mother if she remembered that night. I explained that I had screamed for her, crying and shaking, and wouldn't tell them anything. She looked at me and said, "Yeah, I do. When you screamed, we honestly thought someone had broken in and was stabbing you." I know that's dark, but that's what it sounded like. Though I don't recall this, she said my father had brought his gun into the room. I explained to her what had actually happened that night. She just stared at me the whole time, wide-eyed. Are you fucking kidding me? I had 2 separate things happen to me in that house, too. No shit. This is how my mom talks, by the way. She proceeds to tell me a story about making lunches for us to take to school, and the bread being moved to the floor when she would turn around to get something from the refrigerator. The other story is reminiscent of the movie I've seen, Poltergeist. She said dining room chairs were moved on top of the table, multiple times. It may be true, but I just didn't feel the same energy from her as the first story she seemed more passionate and certain about. They could both be fabricated because my mom is weird, but there's no doubt in my mind what occurred that night in my room, and I'll never forget.